I'm afraid he won't be able to achieve much by practicing my Taoist cultivation method. This spirit awakening fluid can open Go-Er's spiritual wisdom. If he reads books and practices Confucian cultivation, he will be able to reach the great Confucian realm. Thank you, spiritual master. Go-Er's mother had taken the spirit jujube and already had strength. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, her face showed ecstasy. Tears dripped from her eyes, and she held her child and was about to kowtow. That ecstasy was even stronger than if she could survive. Xing knew what his wife was thinking. Although he was a descendant of the Zheng family, he was a butcher after all and didn't know anything about economics. Now that he could hear Xiao Hua's words, it was not only his fortune, but also the Zheng family's fortune. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, spiritual master." "Thank you, Master Zhu." Zhu Cheng hurriedly helped Xing up, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. In fact, Xiao Hua didn't need to personally check Go-Er's aptitude. Just from Go-Er's dull eyes, Zhu Cheng could see that Go-Er's aptitude was mediocre. But after taking Xiao Hua's spirit awakening fluid, Xiao Hua actually concluded that Go-Er could reach the great Confucian realm, which really surprised Zhu Cheng. However, Zhu Cheng would never doubt Xiao Hua's words. He couldn't help but think of his own child. Spiritual Master Xiao. Zhu Cheng slightly bit his lips and whispered, "My son." Before Zhu Cheng finished speaking, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Zhu, you have a son at an old age. Zhu Cheng is born with deficiencies. Although he is much smarter than others, his future achievements are limited. Take this spirit awakening fluid too." Xiao Hua said, took out another jade bottle and handed it to Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng's hands trembled a little, and he hurriedly took it and put it into his arms. Xiao Hua said again, "There is a lot of spirit awakening fluid in this jade bottle. The Zhu family, the Zheng family, and the Sun family can all use it, but each person can only take one drop. If you take too much, without my mental cultivation method, your life will be in danger." "Yes." Hearing that there was a lot of spirit awakening fluid in the jade bottle, Zhu Cheng was even more delighted and thanked him loudly. This bottle of spirit awakening fluid could create many great Confucians. Not only the Zhu family, but also the Zheng family and the Sun family could gradually revive. Not long after, a servant of the Zhu family came and took the Zheng family's wife and Go-Er back to the Zhu family village. Xiao Hua took Zhang and Zhu Cheng to Jingyue County again. Although Sun Qing of Jingyue County was already old, he still had a cultivation base after all. Compared to his previous family's circumstances, it was unknown how many times better. Looking at Sun Qing's son, Sun Mi's quick-witted eyes, although he was still lacking when it came to dealing with people, how was he still the retarded Sun Qing spoke of? Looking at Sun Qing's happy face, Zhu Cheng was even more expectant of Xiao Hua's spirit awakening fluid. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Sun Qing hurriedly found his family's genealogy. As Xiao Hua guessed, it was recorded in blue handwriting. Finally, it was Sun Qing and Sun Mi. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and explained the matter clearly. Sun Qing knew that he was going to find the Sun family's ancestral temple, so how could he refuse? Just as he was about to get up, Sun Mi suddenly fell to the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Hua. Spiritual master, I have something to ask of you." "Junior." Seeing his stupid son call himself a junior in front of Xiao Hua, Sun Qing's eyes almost fell out. He almost forgot to scold Sun Mi for disturbing Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Mi kneeling on the ground with a smile. Xiao Hua had only let Xian Songzi and the other scattered nascent souls take the spirit awakening fluid made by developing spiritual wisdom. Sun Mi was the first mortal to take it, so he was a little curious about the real effect of this spiritual medicine, so Xiao Hua asked, "What do you want to ask of me?" "Previously, I was muddle-headed and couldn't remember everything that I saw. Now that I've taken Spiritual Master's spiritual medicine, everything that happened before can appear before my eyes. Everything that happened from my birth to last night is vivid in my mind. Junior's father has worked too hard for Junior's sake. Therefore, Junior saw that Uncle Zhu obtained Reverend's medicinal pill that could rejuvenate his youth. Junior boldly asked Reverend to bestow the medicinal pill, so that Junior could personally deliver it in front of Father to consume, to express Junior's gratitude." Hearing Sun Mi's clear and orderly explanation, Sun Qing's body trembled with joy. When he understood that this was Sun Mi's filial piety, Sun Qing cried like a child, feeling that all of his pain and hard work weren't in vain. "Son." Sun Qing also knelt down and hugged Sun Mi, There are no parents in the world who don't love their children. What your mother and father did for you is what we should do. You don't need to think too much. It's a pity that your mother couldn't see you like this. Otherwise, who knows how happy she would be. Father. Speaking of his mother, Sunmi naturally also shed tears. It was as if the world in the past had nothing to do with him, and now, whatever he wanted to do, he couldn't. Sunmi, wait for me. Xiaohua smiled, took out a rejuvenation pill and handed it to Sunmi. Sunmi has filial piety. How can this old man not fulfill it? This is the rejuvenation pill. Give it to your father to consume. Thank you, spiritual master. Thank you, spiritual master. Sunmi pulled Sun Qing up, carefully took the rejuvenation pill, and respectfully handed it to Sun Qing. Father, you've raised this boy for his entire life. Now, this boy is unable to repay you. This is the rejuvenation pill that I begged spiritual master Xiao to give. Father, please consume it. In the future, this boy will definitely show filial piety to father and revive our Sun family's business. Good. Sun Qing took the rejuvenation pill, but didn't consume it. He wiped his tears and said, now that spiritual master's matter is important, father will accept this pill first and consume it later. Yes, father. Sunmi naturally obeyed his father's instructions, but Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't. If you consume it now. I'm not here, but it's easy for something to happen. Sun Qing naturally didn't know how many disasters and karma the rejuvenation pill had caused. However, since it was Xiaohua's idea, and also his boy's filial piety, Sun Qing consumed the rejuvenation pill. He felt traces of numbness in his meridians, and a long-lost vitality gradually spread throughout his body. Father. Even though Sunmi was already mentally prepared, when he saw his father slowly becoming a young man similar to him, he couldn't help but be shocked. All right. Xiaohua smiled and said, Sunmi, this old man has already done what I promised you. Now, your father will follow this old man to find your Sun family's ancestral hall. You can wait at home by yourself. Yes, spiritual master. In Sunmi's eyes, Xiaohua was no less than a deity. Sunmi respectfully replied. Spiritual master Xiao, please. Sun Qing and the others similarly bowed and said. Xiaohua nodded. He brought along the auspicious cloud and flew towards the ancestral hall. Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing carefully followed behind him. Chapter 3864. Along the way, Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense. He saw that the Zhu family really did have some tricks up their sleeves. Although they didn't have a lot of people, the distribution of food was much better than his. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining 600,000 people in the 3 towns would no longer have to worry about their lives. As for the current Zhu Cheng, he actually already somewhat understood why Xiaohua brought him, Zhang and Sun Qing to find the ancestral shrine. This must be related to the bone he gave Xiaohua that year. It would be unrealistic to say that Zhu Cheng didn't have some thoughts in his heart. However, when Zhu Cheng thought about the kindness Xiaohua showed him that day, and the kindness he showed to the 3 families last night, as well as the kindness he showed to the millions of secular people in Wuyuan County, Jingyue County and Fanchong County, Zhu Cheng admittedly felt a bit bitter in his mouth. However, he already made a decision in his heart. For a benevolent and righteous cultivator like Taoist Xiao, some ordinary selfish motives really don't count for much. The 4 of them escaped underground. However, after just a few hundred feet, Sun Qing was unable to support himself. After Xiaohua sensed it, he simply waved his big sleeve and brought Zhu Cheng along with him to escape underground. Seeing that it was getting deeper and deeper, Zhu Cheng and the others were overwhelmed with shock. They didn't think that their ancestral shrine was actually hidden so well. If it weren't for Xiaohua, they wouldn't have been able to find it even after 10,000 years. It's here. Even Xiaohua himself found the location of that small with great difficulty after using Heaven's Eye. After Xiaohua waved his hand and laid down a barrier, he raised his hand and pointed. This here? Zheng looked left and right at the khaki-colored brilliance, but he really couldn't see anything. Zhu Cheng looked left and right, then asked tentatively, Benefactor, is this an illusion outside the ancestral shrine? As for Sun Qing, he simply didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Xiaohua to reveal it. Xiaohua slightly shook his head, then took out the bone and said with a smile, Zhu Cheng, This is the heavenly book's true explanation left behind by your Zhu family. Do you know? Yes, this is an item left behind by my ancestors. Zhu Cheng straightened his face and nodded. But even my ancestors couldn't understand the mystery in it for many generations, and my Zhu family was looked down upon by the Confucian cultivators in the world because of the true enlightenment of the heavenly book. Therefore, after you rescued me from the prison of the Bronze Pillar country, I offered this thing to you. This thing has nothing to do with my Zhu family anymore. Hee, fellow immortal Zhu, you worry too much. Xiaohua said with a smile. That's not what I meant. If it belongs to your Zhu family, this old man will return it to your Zhu family. Even if it belongs to the Zhang family or the Sun family, this old man will not covet it too much. Spiritual Master. Sun Qing glanced at Zhu Cheng and said, You've given our 3 clans a new lease on life. If you have any orders, our 3 clans wouldn't dare to disobey. Since fellow immortal Zhu has already offered this item to our benefactor, I'm also willing to offer my clan's genealogy to our benefactor. Yes, I'm the same. Zhang hurriedly echoed. There's no need for that. Xiaohua said with a smile as he raised the bone. There are 2 gathas engraved on it. Its ancestral wood resembling Xiantian Qi. Genealogy silken descendants. Oh. Zhu Cheng, Sun Qing, and Zhang stared blankly for a moment. Xiaohua took out the book. With a wave of his hand, he once again used the silken cloth to wrap around the small bone. He said with a smile, This old man is untalented. Previously, I had a fortuitous encounter and happened to obtain this book. Inside it, there's a strange silken cloth. Silken cloth? Zhu Cheng's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, Benefactor, is this the secret you were talking about earlier? Yes. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I won't hide it from fellow immortal Zhu. Previously, this Xiao did indeed encounter another branch of your Zhu family. This book is the reward for helping them remove their curse. Thank the heavens. Zhu Cheng was truly speechless. He raised his hands and clasped them together towards the heavens as he prayed. I also thank Spiritual Master Xiao for your care towards my Zhu family. Xiaohua said with a smile. Of course, forgive this Xiao for not being able to tell you the location of that branch of Zhu family's descendants right now. No matter. Zhu Cheng said with a smile. I'm already very happy to know that they're living freely in that place. Xiaohua pointed at the silken cloth and said, The first line of the Gatha is ancestral wood resembling innate Qi. This Xiao already saw it last night. Your 3 ancestral shrines should be together, right inside this silken cloth. The last line is clan record silken cloth descendant. We'll have to rely on the clan records of these 3 fellow immortals. All right. Zhu Cheng was the first to agree. He took out the Zhu family's clan records. However, the clan records were placed beside the silken cloth without any changes. Sun Qing said in a low voice, Descendant. Fellow immortal Zhu, since it's a descendant, how can we determine if it's a descendant of the Zhu family? I'm afraid it can only be my Zhu family's blood essence. Zhu Cheng was used to using blood essence to strengthen restrictions, so he was the first to think. Old Master Zhu, you can try first. Zhang Qing nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. All right. Zhu Qing nodded and forced out his blood essence. When the blood essence fell on the clan records, red names rushed out from the clan records, like pink butterflies fluttering around the silken cloth. Seeing the noble Qi faintly seeping out from the void, Xiaohua smiled and looked at Sun Qing. The excitement in Sun Qing's heart was not any less than Xiaohua's. He hurriedly took out the genealogy book and dropped a drop of blood essence onto the Sun family's genealogy book. Thus, just like Zhu Cheng, blue names flew out from the genealogy book one after another, corresponding to the red names. The red and blue characters danced on the silk, looking extremely beautiful. It's this little one's turn. At this moment, Zhang family had never felt so important before. Looking at Xiaohua's expectant gaze, Zhang family straightened his chest and said, Not to mention blood essence, even if this little one's life is given to Daoist Xiao, this little one is also willing. As he spoke, Zhang family put his index finger in his mouth and bit off a piece of flesh. Blood flowed out from the finger. Fellow Daoist Zhang has taken out too much blood essence. Xiaohua smiled and said, This Xiao owes you a favor. Hee. Zhang family's clan records felt hot in his heart. He took out the clan records and smeared the blood on his finger on the clan records. Wang Wang. Yellow names flew out from the Zhang family's clan records. However, just as these names flew out, the red and blue names from before emitted buzzing sounds and rushed towards the yellow names. When the red, yellow and blue characters collided, there was a rumbling sound. Strange inscriptions appeared from the three characters. When all the inscriptions fell on the silken cloth, the cloth rapidly shrank and wrapped around the tiny da. Boom! When it was extremely small, Wanxiang birth appeared again. That small, almost invisible dot expanded with a loud rumble when the silk fell. The huge wave pushed Xiaohua and the others away by more than 300 meters. And within the silken cloth, an ancestral shrine that was also 100 feet in size appeared underground. Outside the ancestral shrine, red, yellow, and blue clouds shrouded the ancestral shrine. The ethereal atmosphere was as solemn as an immortal's palace. Is this the Zhu family's ancestral hall? Zhu Cheng asked in disbelief as he looked at the majestic structure in front of him. If there is no accident, this should be the ancestral shrine of your three families. Xiaohua looked at the simple and unadorned building and said with a smile, "You will know when you enter." Taoist Xiao, please go first. Zhu Cheng hurriedly raised his hand and said. Xiaohua waved his hand. This is the ancestral shrine of the Zhu family, Zheng family, and Sun family. This Xiao is an outsider. You and the other masters should go first. Okay. Zhu Cheng didn't say much and agreed. He floated into the red, yellow, and blue clouds. Sure enough, the red clouds appeared and wrapped around Zhu Cheng, slowly sending him into the ancestral shrine. Oh, not good. Seeing the red clouds, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He suddenly thought, damn it, does this ancestral shrine also require bloodline to enter? Otherwise, how can it suppress the underworld judge? After waiting for Zhang Qian and Sun Qing to enter the yellow and blue clouds respectively, Xiaohua also took a deep breath and rushed to the front of the three-colored clouds. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua came in contact with the clouds, a gentle but tenacious force pushed Xiaohua, not allowing him to get close to the ancestral shrine. Damn it! Xiaohua scolded with a smile. This is entering the bridal chamber and forgetting the matchmaker. Taoist Xiao. Zhu Cheng and the other two saw that Xiaohua didn't go in and didn't go in. They came out and said, if Taoist Xiao can't go in, we won't go in either. Looking at the three family disciples who didn't forget kindness, Xiaohua said with a smile. No matter, you wait and see this Xiao's method. After saying that, Xiaohua's body flashed with a bronze luster. He then took a few steps forward and came in contact with a tenacious force. Xiaohua raised his hands and formed the seal of a mountain, smashing it towards the clouds. Boom! The clouds surged and the silk shook extremely. A layer of faint Buddhist light appeared in the midst of dizziness. Within this Buddhist light, the heavenly flower and the heavenly maiden were all present. The Buddha and the heavenly dragon were all present. However, where the Buddhist light rippled, layers of mountains fell from the sky. Not to mention the heavenly flower and the heavenly maiden, not to mention the Buddha and the heavenly dragon, they all turned into nothingness. Sure enough, Xiaohua said with a smile. Under the restriction of this origin formation is a Buddhist formation. As long as a flaw appears in the Buddhist formation, the power of the origin formation will be greatly reduced. After saying that, Xiaohua condensed the Buddhist seal and struck it a few times. He raised his hands again, as if he was holding onto a door and shouted, "Open!" Immediately after, the muscles on Xiaohua's arms trembled. Countless forces of the stars and moon fell from the sky. The red, yellow and blue clouds were torn apart by Xiaohua. After that, Xiaohua's figure turned into wind and rushed into the ancestral shrine. Good. Seeing Xiaohua enter, Zhu Cheng and the others all praised in their hearts. Then, Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing urged their figures to rush into the clouds. Xiaohua was a step slower. Just as he was about to step into the clouds, suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept over from the ground. Following this divine sense, a cold shadow fell. Xiaohua's restriction was instantly torn apart by this cold shadow. The cold shadow was like a huge shadow that covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua simply didn't have any reaction, and immediately stood there blankly like a stone statue. However, this blankness only lasted for a moment. Xiaohua moved again. He raised his head and looked at the clouds that were close at hand. A trace of a strange smile appeared on his face. His raised leg fell down, and his entire figure disappeared into the silk of the ancestral shrine. Chapter 3865. Xiao Hua had already entered the ancestral shrine, so he didn't notice the previous change. The warning sign of the barrier being torn apart was also blocked by the origin formation of the ancestral shrine. Xiao Hua stood in front of the wooden door, squinting his eyes. The ancestral temple was made of blue bricks and green tiles, and the faint inscriptions on them flowed slowly with the clouds, isolating the divine sense. Moreover, Xiao Hua could vaguely hear the sound of a wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures coming out of the ancestral temple. "It must be here," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "It's most suitable to suppress the ghost judge in this ancestral shrine." Benefactor. Zhu Cheng, Sun Qing, and Zhang Zheng, who came in later, respectfully stood behind Xiao Hua and whispered, "What about me? How do I get in?" Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, "The three of you will naturally push open the door and enter." Then, Xiao Hua explained, the clouds before were blocking the restriction of the ancestral shrine, preventing others from entering. "Since we're already here, there shouldn't be any other obstacles. You just need to go in." "All right." Zhu Qing nodded, then knelt down in front of the wooden door and kowtowed. "This junior, Zhu Cheng, is unfilial. It wasn't until I entered that I found the Zhu family's ancestral hall. This junior kowtows and apologizes. I hope that the ancestors of the Zhu family will forgive this junior's sins." Zhu Cheng's tears flowed down as he spoke. Before Zhu Cheng could stand up, Sun Qing impatiently knelt down by Zhu Cheng's side. Tears similarly covered his face as he kowtowed and apologized, and the wild joy and regret on his face was obvious. He hesitated for a moment before kneeling on the other side of Zhu Cheng. Like Sun Qing, he kowtowed and whispered something as tears flowed down his cheeks. After the three of them finished kowtowing and repenting, they stood up, looked at each other, and walked to the front of the vermilion door. They solemnly raised their hands and pushed it in unison. "Understood." The sound of the wooden door being pushed open was very stiff. However, when the three of them looked into the ancestral hall, the three of them rushed in almost at the same time. He saw that it was a rather large room. It was empty inside, except for an altar at the head of the room. Behind the altar, there were three wooden statues standing on the wall. This wooden statue was precisely the one Xiao Hua had seen in the night sky earlier. It was used to suppress the ghost judge. Of course, there were many deep holes on the three wooden statues. Some of the holes even penetrated their bodies. Zhu Zi and Zheng Zi's wooden statues had their arms and legs broken. Even more than half of Sun Zi's head had been cut off. There was no trace of it. However, although these wooden statues were damaged, Zhu Zi's wooden statue was covered in layers of faint red brilliance that swirled up clouds like surging sparks. On Sun Zi's and Zheng Zi's wooden statues, blue sparks and yellow sparks similarly swirled up clouds and surged towards the sparks. The three-colored sparks contrasted with each other, and a mighty solemn, dignified, and awe-inspiring aura emanated from the three wooden statues, enveloping the entire ancestral hall. Ancestors. The three of them rushed into the ancestral hall and respectfully kowtowed again. Only then did they look at the wooden statues of their ancestors. Xiao Hua entered after them. Standing in front of the three wooden statues, he bowed and saluted. Junior Xiao Hua greets the three seniors. Last night, although Junior joined hands with the three seniors to resist the enemy, Junior's cultivation was limited. The damage to the three seniors' wooden statues was also Junior's fault. However, Junior asks the three seniors to be at ease. The ghost suppressed by the seniors has already been eliminated by Junior. The curse of the three seniors' descendants has also been broken by Junior. Whether it is Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, Fanchong County, or the Zhu, Zhang, and Sun families, they are all safe now. Yes, Junior once again reports to the ancestors that Xiao Hua, Taoist Xiao, is benevolent and righteous. His heart cares for the world, and there is no difference between Taoist and Confucian. With Taoist Zhao's help, the majority of the villagers in my Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, and Fanchong County were saved. Moreover, with Taoist Zhao's help, the villagers in the three counties also had food to tide over the disaster. Therefore, Junior brought Taoist Xiao to the ancestral shrine. If the ancestors left any shade in the ancestral shrine, Junior is willing to offer it to Taoist Xiao. We also have the same idea. Sun Qing and Zhang Qian also whispered to the wooden statues. The three people's voices had just faded when they saw that the originally empty offering table respectively flashed with three colored clouds. The clouds were precisely holding a book. On the book, 4 large words flashed with dazzling light. Wasn't it True Explanation of the Heavenly Book? True Explanation of the Heavenly Book? There really is such an item? Not only was Zhu Cheng greatly shocked, even Xiao Hua was overjoyed. At this time, Zhang Qian, who was standing in front of Xiao Hua, suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, this world really has the true explanation of the heavenly book. With this item, this old man's literary star is just around the corner. You're not Zhang Qian, you. Who are you? Hearing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. As he berated, he waved his hand and grabbed the true explanation of the heavenly book out of thin air. Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve technique was now very powerful. As soon as it was used, the entire ancestral shrine was enveloped by Xiao Hua's technique. Strands of crystal threads flashed in the air like tiny dragons. A small Taoist wild cultivator also dares to snatch from this old man. Zhang Qian sneered and similarly waved his hand. Boom! Thousands of inscriptions rushed out like ants. With a series of loud sounds, the crystal threads were smashed into pieces. Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve technique was also defeated. Zhang Qian immediately waved his right hand and a gust of wind appeared. The 3 wooden statues along with the true explanation of the heavenly book all fell into his hand. Zhang Qian simply didn't stay in the ancestral shrine for long. His figure flashed and like a shadow, he swept past Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua clenched his fists and without hesitation, he smashed them towards the shadow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a sword light flashed towards the shadow. Humph! A mere 5th-level essence energy dares to be arrogant? Zhang Qian's shadow had just flown in front of Xiao Hua when it suddenly made a strange turn and charged towards the ancestral shrine's wall. Zhang Qian sneered and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you have some kindness towards the people of Fengxiang country, this old man definitely wouldn't let you go. Get out of the way." Boom! Not only did Xiao Hua's fists miss, but his flying sword also missed. When the flying sword turned and chased after Zhang Qian's figure had already crashed into the wall. Although countless inscriptions rushed out from the wall, the ancestral shrine's restriction was still broken by the shadow. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qian disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight. Xiao Hua was abnormally angry. Didn't he painstakingly show his kindness just to obtain the true explanation of the heavenly book? But he didn't expect that at the last moment, it would actually be taken away by this so-called Zhang Qian. Moreover, listening to Zhang Qian's voice, the person who came was at least a great grandmaster. He might even be a literary sage. His strength far surpassed Xiao Hua's. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua's mind raced as he secretly pondered over his own methods to deal with the enemy. His figure turned into a rainbow and rushed towards the hole, chasing after Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's speed was extremely fast, but he was still not faster than Xiao Hua. When Zhang Qian flew out of the ground, Xiao Hua had already caught up. As soon as Zhang Qian came out of the ground, a dark shadow immediately flew out from his body and landed in the body of a thin scholar. That scholar was about 40 years old and had a thin face. The scholar looked at Xiao Hua who was chasing after him, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. However, he still didn't plan to meet Xiao Hua face to face. His whole body surged with an awe-inspiring aura, and his entire figure turned into a gust of wind. Along with an earth-shattering sound of wind and thunder, he instantly disappeared into the horizon. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered. The figure of the green-robed Xiao Hua, who had long been in control of the invisible nascent soul, swayed slightly in mid-air and rushed towards the place where the scholar disappeared. Xiao Hua's body flickered with lightning as he chased after the scholar with almost the same speed as teleportation. In the blink of an eye, in the air hundreds of miles away, there was a loud bang. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror penetrated through the void, and then, Xiao Hua, who was in mid-air, opened his delusion destruction Dharma eye, and a thick silver light immediately disappeared into the void. Kacha. There was a sound like a thunderclap, and the void in front of Xiao Hua rapidly surged. Pillars of awe-inspiring aura rushed out from the void, and after a moment, the light and shadow distorted, and the scholar's slightly embarrassed figure appeared from within. Damn thing! As soon as the scholar appeared, his face showed a fierce expression as he cursed, This old man didn't want to kill you, but you actually dared to use a spell to chase after this old man. Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, the scholar's figure strangely swelled, and a big hand like a huge palm leaf fan came grabbing at him. The big hand emitted a silver-white luster, and Xiaohua simply couldn't dodge before it grabbed Xiaohua's arm. Then, the luster on the big hand sharply increased, and it was sharper than a flying sword as it slashed at Xiaohua's body. Damn it! Xiaohua was really sullen. This scholar was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen. He could also be considered a Taoist cultivator with 1 foot in the 6th level of origin energy, but in front of this scholar, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Clang! The silver-white luster fell and hit Xiaohua's body, creating a series of sparks. Xiaohua's Taoist robe was destroyed, but there wasn't a trace of injury on his body. Ka! At the same time, a golden light flashed, and Xiaohua summoned the soaring dragon shears out of thin air, chopping at the silver-white big hand. Humph! A muffled groan, but it was actually suppressed pain that resounded in the air several dozen li away. The big hand quickly retreated, and Xiaohua could clearly see that the scholar's sleeve had been cut off, and the silver-white skin on his arm was lacerated, and silver blood flowed out. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The scholar was extremely angry, and a thunderous roar surged around Xiaohua. The scholar's figure also seemed to swell and become ethereal. Go! Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, and he calmly waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears flashed again in the air, and a golden light several hundred zhong long streaked across the vast sky. Unfortunately, the scholar's figure seemed to be a real shadow. The soaring dragon shears cut through the shadow, and in a moment, the shadow reconnected. Go to hell! Following the scholar's roar, Xiaohua suddenly felt that the space several li to his left was extremely trembling, and long spatial cracks appeared without warning, quickly rushing towards him. The magic power in Xiaohua's body froze, and he couldn't escape from this space. Chapter 3866. Xiaohua was very anxious. He suddenly urged the heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth, and the power of the stars and moon fell with a loud bang. Roar! Xiaohua roared, trying his best to resist the huge power that seemed to be like heaven and earth. At the same time, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body, and dozens of scattered nascent souls flew out from his lower dantian. As soon as they landed in the air, they immediately used teleportation to rush out of the imprisonment. Ha! This is... The Confucian cultivator suddenly saw so many nascent souls and couldn't help but be stunned. A hurricane rolled in the air and suddenly wrapped around one of the nascent souls that had just teleported. GG. The nascent soul's face showed panic. His hands rubbed together, and a spell was used to fight against the imprisonment of the Confucian cultivator. Pa! The Confucian cultivator sneered, and the nascent soul was unexpectedly crushed by him. A powerful force was generated and rushed toward Xiaohua's embodiment of heaven. Boom! Although Xiaohua's embodiment of heaven only shook slightly under the force of the nascent soul's explosion and didn't suffer any damage, Xiaohua's face became ugly again. Haha! Seeing that the nascent soul didn't have any special magical ability, the Confucian cultivator couldn't help but laugh. However, before his laughter fell, a burst of thunder sounded in the sky. Within 1,000 miles, red clouds flowed like blood. The dozens of nascent souls that had teleported out from Xiaohua's lower dantian were now sitting cross-legged around Xiaohua and the Confucian cultivator. It was a simple capital star array that surrounded Xiaohua and the Confucian cultivator. Ha! What is this? Strange ripples flickered around the dozens of nascent souls, and streaks of lightning stretched and stretched across the surface of their bodies. The ripples covered an area of 100 miles around them. Although the Confucian scholar could not figure out what was going on, the power of heaven and earth contained in the ripples made him tremble with fear. The Confucian scholar didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and grabbed another nascent soul. With a bang, the nascent soul was killed without any suspense. However, just as the Confucian scholar's figure turned into a stream of light and was about to escape through the gap, a tricolored beam of light shot out from the gap and struck the Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar was stunned and hastily dodged. It was at this moment that dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the red tribulation clouds and struck the dozens of nascent souls. The Confucian scholar was in the range of the nascent souls. The power of heaven and earth in the lightning immediately alerted him. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Lightning! Lightning tribulation? Why? Why are there so many nascent soul tribulations? What kind of lightning tribulation is this? What this Confucian scholar naturally didn't know was that the 100 scattered nascent souls in Xiaohua's lower dantian had already cultivated to the first tribulation scattered nascent soul realm. Now, they had to go through a true lightning tribulation in order to break through the bottleneck of the first tribulation scattered nascent soul realm. Xiaohua was originally worried about how these 100 scattered nascent souls would go through the tribulation one by one. Now, he met this terrifying Confucian scholar. When Xiaohua was powerless to deal with him, he immediately thought of the lightning tribulation. This Confucian scholar might not be afraid of the lightning tribulation of a first tribulation scattered nascent soul, but the lightning tribulation of 10 first tribulation scattered nascent souls would injure this Confucian scholar. What if there were dozens of first tribulation scattered nascent souls? In Xiaohua's opinion, even if the Confucian scholar didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin, right? As for all the scattered nascent souls coming out, Xiaohua also thought about it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua himself couldn't guarantee that he would survive under the lightning tribulation of 100 first tribulation scattered nascent souls. Boom! Under the lightning tribulation, the Confucian scholar hurriedly dodged. He didn't want to be affected by the lightning tribulation of the scattered nascent souls. However, even if he wanted to dodge, those dozens of scattered nascent souls weren't willing to let him dodge. These scattered nascent souls suddenly teleported towards the Confucian scholar, and all the lightning tribulation struck towards the Confucian scholar. Damn it! At this time, the Confucian scholar had already understood the intentions of these scattered nascent souls. Although he didn't know how Xiaohua did this, he looked at Xiaohua, who was also within the range of the lightning tribulation, laughed sinisterly, and teleported towards Xiaohua. However, before the Confucian scholar could fly a few miles, the entire area within dozens of miles was filled with the power of heaven and earth. Not only the Confucian scholar, but Xiaohua and the dozens of scattered nascent souls were also imprisoned in place by the lightning tribulation, unable to move. Gotcha. What shocked Xiaohua was that even the imprisonment of the lightning tribulation didn't seem to be able to stop the Confucian scholar's struggle. The space shattered like glass, and the Confucian scholar actually moved, but his movement was rather slow. Cha-cha-cha. At this time, the lightning tribulation fell on the scattered nascent souls. The scattered nascent souls lowered their heads and closed their eyes, forming the same strange seals in their hands. As the scattered nascent souls' spirit bodies melted layer by layer in the lightning, mysterious talismans surged within the spirit bodies. These talismans absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation while transforming the spirit bodies. All the scattered nascent souls grew healthily with the flickering lightning. The lightning tribulation naturally also affected the Confucian scholar and Xiaohua. Layers of lightning whistled towards the two of them. While the Confucian scholar gritted his teeth to resist the lightning, he glared fiercely at Xiaohua. As for Xiaohua, his lightning cultivation had already reached a certain level. His heavenly phoenix demon body flashed with a bronze brilliance under the lightning, looking quite relaxed. The Confucian scholar narrowed his eyes and did his best to resist the lightning tribulation. He secretly thought, after the lightning tribulation, this old man will definitely kill this brat. However, before the Confucian scholar could think, he saw the dozens of nascent souls suddenly raise their heads in unison. Their eyes flashed with a kind of mockery. Then, the dozens of nascent souls raised their hands at the same time. As the dozens of small hands rubbed, the lightning tribulation that fell on the nascent souls suddenly moved and swept towards the capital star formation. The Confucian scholar was shocked and hurriedly shouted, How is this possible? Yes, this was the lightning of the lightning tribulation. How could nascent souls control it? But the Confucian scholar didn't know that the dozens of nascent souls in Xiaohua's lower dantian were constantly being bombarded by the 5 qi righteous thunder. Although the 5 qi righteous thunder couldn't be considered a real lightning tribulation, the dozens of nascent souls were already very familiar with it. And now, the power of the lightning tribulation had been integrated into the bodies of the nascent souls. Although the lightning tribulation was the power of heaven and earth, the essence of the lightning tribulation was also lightning. The dozens of nascent souls had long been familiar with lightning. Although it was a bit difficult to control the power of the lightning tribulation, it wasn't impossible. Seeing the lightning tribulation of the dozens of nascent souls hit him, the Confucian scholar's face revealed a rare look of despair. There was even a trace of regret in his eyes. Of course, under the roaring power of heaven and earth, he didn't have any extra reaction. In an instant, the lightning completely drowned the Confucian scholar and Xueqi like an ocean wave. The power of heaven and earth was difficult to fathom, let alone when all the lightning tribulation hit together. Even Xueqi, who had already gone through many lightning tribulations and cultivated the lightning escape technique, with a heavenly phoenix demonic body and the bloodline of the absolute saint, Xueqi's body turned into flowing liquid under the lightning. Damn it! Xueqi endured the indescribable pain all over his body and the impact of heaven and earth's aura on his soul. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "I'm rich. I never thought that the lightning tribulation would be so powerful when stacked together. Compared to the lightning tribulation of the legacy realm. It should be like this." Seeing that the lightning tribulation was like a huge furnace that wanted to refine his body, Xueqi suddenly had a trace of understanding. The absolute saint bloodline within the 13,200 million small dots in his body was once again stimulated. Under the impact of the lightning tribulation, it actually accelerated the fusion. Xueqi's current demonic body was unable to cope with this kind of lightning tribulation, let alone the Confucian scholar. Under the roar of the lightning tribulation, the Confucian scholar seemed to have disappeared, and there was no other sound. When the lightning clouds gradually disappeared and the lightning tribulation subsided, Xueqi's torn body was revealed. There were only 3 wooden statues floating in the air where the Confucian scholar had been. The wooden statues were riddled with holes by the lightning tribulation, and looked like they would turn into ashes with just a slight movement. However, the 3 colored sparks in the ashes were still flickering with a faint brilliance. Huff! Xueqi let out a weak groan. He moved his arm with difficulty, and blood immediately burst out from his shoulder. However, Xueqi didn't care about the damage to his body. He grinned and still waved his hand. The soul-slaying Yuan light was released. As he chanted an incantation, the thing with a nose and eyes appeared from the sword gourd. You. Suddenly, the Xueqi wooden statue let out the same weak voice. Then, a shadow flashed out from the wooden statue. Unfortunately, before the shadow could reach the wooden statue, the soul-slaying Yuan light turned into an arc and fell on the head of the shadow. The illusory figure waved both of his hands, and a pillar of noble qi tried to penetrate the void. However, because the illusory figure was too weak, he couldn't control the noble qi at all. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, the spirit-slaying vital light flashed between the illusory figure's head, and the illusory figure immediately split from the middle. Boom! At the same time, the green-robed Xueqi flew over from afar and released the Kunlun mirror. The remaining shadow was once again destroyed by the 3-colored pillar of light. Come in! Xueqi still didn't feel at ease. He released his mind and swept up the soul of the shadow that was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. With the help of the origin power of the underworld, he took it into the inside of the space. Phew! Sensing that the soul of the scholar had been taken into the space, Xueqi let out a long sigh of relief. Looking around, he saw that the dozens of first tribulation scattered nascent souls were now standing quietly in the air. Xueqi understood that these first tribulation scattered nascent souls were different from first tribulation scattered immortals. Their strength was at most at the initial stage of the spirit severing stage. Although their strength couldn't compare to that of a scattered immortal, they had more chances to pass the Mahayana stage lightning tribulation. Congratulations, fellow Taoists. Xueqi smiled and bowed. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. Although these dozens of scattered nascent souls weren't Xueqi's doppelgangers, they were still controlled by Xueqi. Hee, fellow Taoists, please come back. Let's comprehend the great Tao together. Xueqi patted his forehead and dozens of lightning bolts rushed out from his lower dantian. Each of them led a scattered nascent soul and took them into his body. Immediately, Xueqi swept up the 3 already tattered wooden statues and flew to the ancestral shrine of the 3 families. When he entered the ancestral shrine with Once, who still hadn't woken up, Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing hurriedly greeted him and asked, "Benefactor, what happened?" The novel The Legend of the Cultivation God will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% chance of drawing a big gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign at the top right to add friend, search for the public account, Dread, and follow it. Hurry up! Chapter 3867. A cultivator entered the ancestral shrine by borrowing his former body. This has nothing to do with the past. Xueqi was currently extremely weak, so he made a long story short. This cultivator has already been killed by this Xiao. As for who he is, this Xiao also doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, he should be related to a scholarly family. And then, he deserves to die. How could Xueqi not understand? Since the scholarly family was able to chase him to this place, this scholarly family must be one of the 3 scholarly families that persecuted the 3 families. They might even be the main culprit. Since this scholarly cultivator was able to borrow his former body, this scholarly cultivator's strength was far beyond his own. Even if he knew it would be useless. However, there was still hatred in his heart, so he said in a low voice. Xueqi placed the tattered wooden statue on the sacrificial table and said with some regret, "It's a pity that the true enlightenment of Heavenly Book was also destroyed." At this point, Xueqi's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "If possible, I would like to ask the 3 of you to work hard." What's going on? Is this the ancestral shrine? When did I enter the ancestral shrine? After being awakened by Sun Qing, Zhongshu frowned and pinched his aching head. He looked left and right and whispered in astonishment. Ancestor. Zhu Cheng didn't answer Zhongshu's question. Instead, he knelt down in front of the wooden statue and prayed. Sun Qing naturally echoed him. Zhongshu didn't dare to neglect and also recited what seemed to be familiar words. After the 3 finished praying, a 3-colored light flashed on the sacrificial table, and another true enlightenment of Heavenly Book appeared. Good. Xueqi clapped and said with a smile, "The sage's words are indeed trustworthy. This Xiao thanks you." Xueqi waved his hand and the true enlightenment of Heavenly Book fell into his hand. However, this time, there was no abnormality. After Xueqi opened the true enlightenment of Heavenly Book and looked at it for a moment, his face couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. So that's how it is? Is this real? Xueqi closed the true enlightenment of Heavenly Book and put it into the space. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the wooden statue while secretly pondering. After a while, Zhu Cheng asked in a low voice, "Benefactor, is there anything wrong?" Zhu Cheng, Sun Qing, Zheng Zheng. Xueqi moved his gaze away from the wooden statue, looked at the 3 people, and said word by word, "The true explanation of the Heavenly Book is just a guess. It's a strange sign that the 3 saints, Zhu Zi, Sun Zi, and Zheng Zi, discovered when they were comprehending the ancient secrets. This might be a mystery of heaven and earth, or it might be the true essence of Confucian cultivation. However, they still couldn't find the truth. Therefore, by telling you the secrets inside, I am not only not helping you, but also pushing you into the abyss of death. And the guesses of the 3 literary saints can be realized by this Xiao. This Xiao is also looking forward to seeing if the guesses of the 3 literary saints are true." Xueqi continued, "Therefore, this Xiao wants to take away the items within the 3 wooden statues according to the records of the Heavenly Book true explanation." "Yes, I have no objections." Zhu Cheng immediately replied, "When I gave the bone to Benefactor, the things in the ancestral hall already belonged to Benefactor. So did the 2 of us." Sun Qing and Zhang Zi hastily replied. Is this red, yellow, and blue innate qi the legendary heaven soul that no one has ever seen before? Xueqi sensed the changes in his middle dantian and secretly muttered in his heart, "But if I want to know the truth inside, the first thing I have to do is to find the last Zhen Qi and gather all 9 cauldrons. Only when the heaven soul and earth soul are complete can the Zhen Qi give birth to human qi." That's right, if you think about it carefully. Isn't the 3-colored innate qi the soul of the beginning of the world? Moreover, the 3 colors also correspond to the 3 souls of people. As for the earth soul, it's not the so-called 9 cauldrons, but the qi of qi or dragon qi contained in the 9 cauldrons. These qi of qi were born from the earth. Isn't it called the 9 souls because it corresponds to the 7 souls of people? Of course, these names were all given by Confucian saints, and the reason for naming them was also related to the human race. These vague connections were not too out of Xueqi's expectations. But what made Xueqi the most surprised was that the essence of Confucian cultivation was actually qi. This qi was not innate qi, not noble qi, nor innate qi, but human qi. That breath of qi that gave people vitality. If Zhu Zi, Sun Zi, and Zheng Zi, these 3 saints' guesses were correct, then the direction of cultivation of all Confucian cultivators in the entire hidden immortal continent was wrong. A breath of qi of a living person. Xueqi sighed with emotion, I don't know how many legends and stories have this kind of miraculous description, but as long as a lucky person, even if they have already become bones, once they meet an immortal pill can make the bones grow flesh, and a breath of immortal chi can make the person come back to life. Therefore, people in the secular world all want to cultivate to become an immortal. But if you cultivate for a long time, you will know, not to mention that there are more and more mysteries in the world, it's impossible to have an immortal pill that can make the bones grow flesh, and that breath of immortal chi that can make the person come back to life definitely doesn't exist in the world. Making the person come back to life involves too many secrets of the heavenly Tao, the soul, reincarnation, the underworld, and so on. Any one of them is not something a cultivator can easily come into contact with. The so-called resurrection is nothing but a beautiful legend of the ignorant. Previously, this Xiao really didn't believe that the so-called immortals could have such great magical power, but if the three saints of literature's guesses are correct, according to the explanation of the true explanation of Heavenly Book, cultivating the 5 Qis unifying one's origin, it's really possible to reach the realm of 3 flowers at one's prominence. Using the Qi in the middle dantian, it's not necessarily impossible to bring the dead back to life. What a pity! Everything was just the guesses of the 3 literary saints. Even when they reached the realm of ascension, they still couldn't comprehend anything. They only left behind the 3 Xiantian Qi fire seeds that they obtained by chance, waiting for fate to bring them back. The 3 saints of literature naturally hoped that the 3 saints of literature would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the world, but unfortunately, they didn't know that they were suppressing the clone of the Judge of Hell, and there were too many entanglements of life and death in it. Not only did it cause the 3 clans' descendants to almost go extinct, but it also caused the secret of the true explanation of Heavenly Book to disappear in the dust of time. Now, it's all for nothing. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua sighed again. An indescribable understanding came from the hand of karma in the space. From meeting the waiter in Jingbo City, to meeting the Zhu family and obtaining the silk, to obtaining the first Heavenly Book of Tortoise Shell and the Heart of Heaven from the space that was about to collapse underground, to meeting the ghost cultivator Huang Yi in Tianmen Mountain, to meeting Ji-Man of Huta Stockade in Million Meng Mountains, to obtaining the second Heavenly Book of Tortoise Shell and the Heart of Heaven, to obtaining the true explanation of Heavenly Book and the 3 innate Qi kindling. Everything seemed to be pushed by a big hand, allowing him to swim along an inexplicable path in the river of karma. Although Xiao Hua was still not sure whether he could successfully cultivate the true explanation of Heavenly Book, Xiao Hua faintly felt that even if the true explanation of Heavenly Book was wrong, it still allowed him to gradually unveil the most mysterious veil in the world, allowing him to see the true face of the Heavenly Tao one step further. Boom boom boom. In the space, whether it was the yang side or the yin side, violent rumbling sounds came again. The entire space expanded again under the hand of karma, and strands of invisible karma gradually wrapped around everyone in the space, including all the souls. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, if I have enough magic power, I can really foresee karma. And, benefactor? Xiao Hua's voice had just faded when Zhu Qing asked timidly, you're back. Oh, not good. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked at Zhu Cheng. Zhu Cheng, what did you see? What did I see? Zhu Cheng was a little confused. His eyes turned quickly, and he answered tentatively. Benefactor suddenly disappeared 3 days ago, and today, Benefactor suddenly reappeared. I didn't see anything. Oh, very good. When Xiao Hua heard this, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. I suddenly remembered that I had some things to deal with, so I hurriedly went out. It's nothing. Let's go out now. Chapter 3868. Zhu Cheng was surprised at Xiao Hua's disappearance, but he immediately understood. He thought that Xiao Hua was going to deal with the Confucian cultivator who occupied Zheng's body, so he immediately shut his mouth. Let's go. Xiao Hua smiled and looked around the ancestral shrine. The wall that was broken by the Confucian cultivator had already been restored. Benefactor, please go first. Zheng heard Sun Qing's words when Xiao Hua was comprehending the karma law, so he knew that he had almost ruined something big. Now he was very careful. Xiao Hua looked at the fatty and smiled. Zheng, it's already the year of the disaster. How can you still be so fat? Anyone who sees you won't think that your family background is bad. Hee hee. Zheng smiled and said jokingly, this little one will gain weight even if I drink cold water. This little one also told my wife that if she and her dog are hungry, they can eat this little one's flesh. They definitely won't starve to death. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing also laughed. Zheng's cautious heart suddenly relaxed. Xiaohua finished laughing and pointed at the vermilion door. This Xiao wants to go first, but this ancestral shrine is the ancestral shrine of your 3 families. This Xiao can't go out. Yes, this little one was wrong. Zhang woke up and quickly walked a few steps. Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing naturally followed him. The 3 of them gently pushed the vermilion door and it slowly opened. After leaving the ancestral shrine, Xiaohua put away the genealogy book and silk. Sure enough, the ancestral shrine slowly shrank and gradually disappeared. Xiaohua was not surprised and brought the 3 of them out of the ground. It was a sunny day on the ground. Xiaohua glanced at Sun Qing and said, Sun Qing, you go back home first. Bring Sun Mi and the other Sun family disciples to Zhu family village. This Xiao has something to tell you in detail. Seeing that Xiaohua did not return the genealogy book to him, Sun Qing vaguely knew what Xiaohua wanted to say. He nodded and left. Seeing Sun Qing leave, Xiaohua released his divine sense again and looked at the situation of the 3 towns. He smiled and said, Zhu Cheng, the Zhu clan is indeed worthy of being a descendant of a famous clan. To be able to pacify the 3 towns in 3 days, this Xiao is very impressed. I don't dare. Zhu Cheng didn't dare to show any arrogance on his face. He bowed and said, everything depends on Benefactor's food and Benefactor's divine abilities. If it weren't for Benefactor, this 1,000 miles of wilderness would have become a ghost prison. That's why our hard work is nothing. Perhaps. Xiaohua smiled and said, let's go. After working hard for a few days, I can finally taste the Zhu family's famous tea again. Yes, this one will definitely personally brew tea for Benefactor. Zhu Cheng was overjoyed. He urged the cloud to accompany Xiaohua to Zhu Jia village. At this moment, the Zhu clan manor was rather quiet. Other than a few family guards, some of the Zhu clan's disciples with high cultivation were outside busying themselves with disaster relief. Zhu Cheng originally wanted to send a message to have these people come back, but thinking that Xiaohua was most concerned about the lives of millions of villagers, he didn't send a message. He personally invited Xiaohua to sit at the head of the table and personally boiled water to make tea for Xiaohua. The women of the Zhu clan manor knew that the head of the Zhu clan was back, and they were all happy. Some sensible women even carried Zhu Cheng's youngest son, Xueqi. Xiaohua had no choice but to give some elixirs to them. He also took out a drop of spirit awakening fluid and let Xueqi take it. When he saw his youngest son fall asleep, there was no change in Xiaohua's eyes. Zhu Qing knew that if there was no accident, the Zhu clan would have another great scholar in the future. Alas, this junior thanks Benefactor. Zhu Qing sighed and raised his teacup. This junior thanks Zhenren Xiao on behalf of my ancestors. Haha, you're welcome. Xiaohua raised his teacup and said with a smile, I've always believed that God is watching what people do. As long as you do things honestly and behave yourself, all your efforts will always be rewarded. Even if I don't come, others will come. God will reward your Zhu clan, Sun clan, and Zhang clan. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Xiaohua looked at Zhang and asked, Zhang, it seems that you and Guer have never taken elixirs, right? Yes. Zhang hurriedly got up. First, this junior doesn't know how to take the elixir. Second, if we can't see the sun on the second day, taking the elixir will be useless. Therefore, this junior doesn't dare to let Guer take it. Bring Guer here. You take the elixir with him. Xiaohua ordered. Benefactor. Please wait a moment. Zhu Cheng hurriedly got up and went out to ask the servants to bring Guer and Zheng's wife here. There was no special danger in taking the elixir to break the curse. After Xiaohua ordered them to take the elixir, Zhu Cheng and several servants of the Zhu clan skillfully guarded Zhang and Guer. Xiaohua was relieved. Then Xiaohua thought of something and walked out of the hall to the courtyard. Seeing that the place was big enough, he waved his hand and took out the mountain and river seal. A cloud flew out of the mountain and river seal, and the flying shuttle that was previously stored in the Yuwang Ghost Cave landed in the courtyard. When the flying shuttle appeared, the Confucian scholars inside looked at the scorching sun in the sky and felt as if they could see the sun again. The Confucian scholar surnamed Song didn't have time to put away the flying shuttle. He bowed first and said, Junior Zhuoyen Song Zixiong greet Senior. Thank you for saving my life. Junior Fengming Lu Jia greet Senior. the group of cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. They all flew out of the flying shuttle and respectfully saluted Xueqi, thanking him for saving their lives. And get up. Xueqi looked at these vigorous young Confucian cultivators and said with a smile, "You are good friends of Zhu Xiang and Yu Zhongquan. Moreover, you are willing to accompany them even though you know that the ghost cave is dangerous. This kind of character is really a model for the younger generation of Confucian cultivators. This old man only needed to lift a finger to save you. Don't worry too much. Senior, please give us a name." Song Zixiong respectfully said. "Senior saved this junior. This junior doesn't even know senior's name. How can this junior have the face to see others?" This old man. Dao Sex Xueqi. Xueqi thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. Dao Sex Xueqi? Song Zixiong and the others were slightly stunned. They didn't realize at first, but after a moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Xiao. Taoist Xiao? Senior is Taoist Xueqi of Black Wind Mountain?" Hearing the three words Black Wind Mountain, all the Confucian cultivators woke up. Half of them had a change in expression. Although these cultivators were young, they were all from Confucian cultivator families. They were very familiar with the grudges between Buddhism and Confucianism. Although the Zhu clan had declined and was besieged by other clans, the Zhu clan was still a scholarly clan, one that had produced a sage like Master Zhu. These scholarly cultivators felt that this was unfair, and since they shared the same ideals as Zhu Xiang, it was natural for them to befriend Zhu Xiang. If Xueqi was an ordinary Taoist cultivator and had saved their lives, befriending Xueqi wouldn't be a big deal. However, Xueqi was a Taoist cultivator of the Immortal Palace and had a fierce reputation. Although the legendary Xueqi was not the same as the Xueqi in front of them, the huge shadow of the Immortal Palace was covering the sky. It was inevitable that these Confucian cultivators would have obstacles in their hearts. Xueqi looked at these younger Confucian cultivators with interest and didn't say much. After a moment of surprise, Song Zixiong's eyes turned and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Xiao, I don't know. Did Zhu Xiang and Yu Zhongquan escape the tribulation?" "Alas, when I arrived, it was already too late." Xueqi shook his head slightly and sighed. "I could only save Yu Zhongquan. Zhu Xiang had already fallen." "How sad." Song Zixiong lamented. "I don't know where Brother Zhu's mourning hall is. This junior wants to go and pay his respects." "Oh, I don't know." Xueqi replied. "Wait a moment. I will call Zhu Cheng over and ask him." Zhu Cheng came out. When he saw the flying shuttle and everyone, he was slightly stunned. After asking a few questions, he immediately understood. Of course, the young Confucian cultivators were also extremely surprised by Zhu Cheng's resemblance to Zhu Xiang. However, although the two looked similar, their behavior was completely different. After a while, everyone got used to it. Zhu Cheng already felt guilty about Zhu Xiang's death. Thinking that these people had gone through life and death with Zhu Xiang, his face became amiable. He immediately led these Confucian cultivators to Zhu Xiang's mourning hall. Xueqi naturally didn't need to go, so he returned to the hall and sat down. His mind entered the inside of the space. When Jade Archive Xueqi saw the changes in the inside of the space, he couldn't help but be shocked. A towering tree extended out from the nether blood sea. It was brimming with vitality as it pierced into the sky. When it reached a height of 10,000 feet, countless branches extended out from various parts of the tree. They were the wandering souls that Xueqi first used the Paramitha realm to absorb into the space. Chapter 3869. Good. Jade Archive Xueqi looked at everything in front of him and praised. Although Zhu Xiang was cowardly and indecisive when he was alive, his filial piety was unparalleled in the world. He even sacrificed himself for the lives of millions of people. Now that he has entered the inside of this space, he is one of the first few souls to enter the underworld fruit tree. In the future, he will be of great use. Ha! Where is that Confucian cultivator who sneak attacked I? Jade Archive Xueqi was still thinking about the Confucian cultivator who sneak attacked him. He wanted to see what kind of background this Confucian cultivator had, but when he looked up, the Confucian cultivator's soul had already settled in one of the underworld fruits. Jade Archive Xueqi thought for a moment and smiled. Entering the underworld fruit tree is another life. In this life, it has nothing to do with him. I have disturbed him for no reason. It is not appropriate. Let's forget about it. And you also come here. Jade Archive Xiaohua said and raised his hand to grab. Thousands of miles away, a huge ghost wearing official robes was pulled out from the depths of the netherworld Blood Sea. This ghost was different from the one Xiaohua saw before, but the official robes were exactly the same. The bloody light on the official robes became thicker and thicker, and wisps of bloody red constantly rushed into the official robes from the netherworld Blood Sea. Guguum! The ghost landed in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and hurriedly knelt down, respectfully saying something. Although Jade Archive Xiaohua did not understand, when it reached his ears, he understood that it was begging the master of the underworld to spare his life. Humph! Jade Archive Xiaohua extended a finger and pointed at the ghost's body. Boom! With a soft sound, the ghost turned into countless fireflies. As the fireflies danced in the air, some thick black crystal threads fell onto Jade Archive Xiaohua's finger. Even more fireflies fell into the Blood Sea and disappeared without a trace. The black crystal threads merged into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body shook violently and he hurriedly closed his eyes to think. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at the dark side of the space. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with dread. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua raised his hand and flicked it. A strand of crystal thread flew into Zhu Xiang's soul. After that, Xiaohua raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The soul hooking brush also appeared out of thin air and fell into Zhu Xiang's soul. But the Jade Archive Xiaohua said, Zhu Xiang, I entrust you with a heavy responsibility. I hope that after your soul matures, you can use the soul hooking pen to eliminate the grievances of the human world, and use the Book of Life and Death to record the joys and sorrows of the human world. You are worthy of being an infernal judge of hell. Seeing that the soul-capturing pen has fallen into Zhu Xiang's soul, Xiaohua understands that Xueqi has used the power of her soul to open the yin and yang of the space and obtain the power of the yin side of the space. To a certain extent, she is the mother of the yin side of the space. She can be compared with Hu to God who has transformed into the 9 underworlds. Everything in the yin side of the space can only grow after her soul matures. The souls on the underworld fruit tree can only awaken after she wakes up. The order of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the yin side of the space must be established by Xueqi. Immediately, Xiaohua stood in front of the netherworld lotus and looked at Xueqi's soul. He once again checked the cultivation progress of the stone statue and prepared to leave the yin side of the space. Xiaohua suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, No. I still underestimated the power of the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao exists in this world, it doesn't care about the loss of a person or soul. Even if Xueqi doesn't control the yin side of the space, under the heavenly Tao, extreme yin must be yang and extreme yang must be yin. The cycle of yin and yang already exists in I's space. Without Xueqi, this cycle is a kind of nature. With Xueqi, this cycle is a kind of order. Previously, there was no living person in the yang side of the space, so there might not be life and death. Now that there is life and death, there must be a corresponding reincarnation on the yin side. Hee, I am really looking forward to it. I can't wait to see the mystery of reincarnation. Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the yin side of the space. He originally wanted to check on Yu Zhongquan's injuries, but at this time, Zhu Cheng returned to the hall with Song Zixiong and several other Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua looked at the several Confucian cultivators with interest and said with a smile, It seems that this old man's reputation is still too fierce. Only a few of you have come to say goodbye. Song Zixiong said with a smile, Senior, don't blame them. Their temperaments are good. We have all gone through some tests before, so we can trust them. It's just that they are not alone. They all have their own families behind them. Even this junior thought about it for a long time before coming to say goodbye to Senior. After all, the longer we stay with Senior, the more likely our families will be punished by the Immortal Palace. This is our fear. Please forgive us. In that case, this old man understands your intentions. Xiaohua said with a smile. No need to be so polite. Thank you, Senior. Song Zixiong stood up and said respectfully, but in this junior's opinion, Senior is this junior's savior. Even if this junior thanks Senior a few times, it's still within the etiquette of us Confucian cultivators. Presumably, the Immortal Palace won't punish us, right? That's right. This is the so-called alliance. Zhu Cheng replied, according to this one's knowledge, Jing Province's Chu clan has coveted the fiend god blood pool in Gun Province for many years. They've tried to enter several times, but were unable to succeed each time. Now that the Chu clan has sent out an invitation again, there will definitely be many scholarly cultivator clans that will go to the fiend god blood pool. This is the perfect strategy for Benefactor to use. After replying, Zhu Qing didn't say anything else and quietly waited for Xiao Hua to think. Xiao Hua's destination this time was naturally the North Sea Dragon Palace. He had temporarily arrived at Zhu Village, and now that he had to turn back, Gun Province was also a place he had to pass through. Zhu Cheng's words were indeed reasonable, but Xiao Hua still hadn't considered clearly how he would appear in front of the scholarly cultivators. After all, he was a Taoist cultivator that the Immortal Palace was suppressing. If they wanted to kill him as soon as they saw him, wouldn't he be wasting his efforts for nothing? In addition, the reason Xiao Hua hesitated was that when he first arrived at the hidden Immortal Continent, he also received an invitation from Chu clan's Chu Muhuan. However, Xiao Hua didn't know whether Chu Muhuan's invitation was this fiend god blood pool or not. While he was hesitating, Sun clan's Sun Qing brought Sun Mi over. Zhang Zhang and Zhang Yan also broke the curse and came over to thank him. Xiao Hua saw that the time was right and ordered Zhu Cheng to call back the Zhu clan's disciples that went out to provide relief. When everyone had gathered, Xiao Hua stood up and looked at Zhu Xi's portrait. He waved his hand and took out the three clans' genealogy records. He roughly explained the matter of the three clans' ancestral shrines. Finally, he said, this matter was originally a private matter between your three clans, so this old man couldn't interfere. However, since this old man received benefits from the three literary sages, I had no choice but to speak up. This old man hopes that Zhu clan, Zhang clan, and Sun clan can become one family in the future. No matter when, you can see each other as family. The relationship between three clans is better than one. Chapter 3870. We will follow Taoist Master's words. From today onwards, we will leave these words in our ancestral teachings. Zhu Cheng and the others hurriedly bowed. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and returned the genealogy records of the three clans. Then, he took out the other book and bone fragment that hid the silk. With a wave of his hand, he wanted to divide the book into three parts, but Xiao Hua's hand stopped. He raised his hand and the book landed in front of Zhu Cheng. He said, this item belongs to this old man, but it is closely related to your three clans' ancestral temples. Now, this old man will return this item to your clans. As for how to preserve it, you three clans can discuss among yourselves. In the future, if other Zhu family descendants come looking for this book, the Zhu family should treat them well. Many thanks, Benefactor. Zhu Cheng's voice trembled. He understood that this book was the most important part of opening the ancestral temple. Xiao Hua returning the book to the three families was also a generous gift. Xiao Hua glanced at the similarly excited Sun Qing and Zhang Zheng. He knew that these two families might not have the opportunity to preserve this book. However, this book was originally obtained by Xiao Hua from the Zhu family of the Xiaoyu continent. Moreover, the two families now relied on the Zhu family, so it was natural for the Zhu family to preserve this book. All right, there's also this bone fragment. Xiao Hua finally flicked the bone fragment in front of Zhu Cheng and said with a smile, this item is already useless, but it still belongs to the Zhu family. This old man should return it to the Zhu family. No. Zhu Cheng hurriedly waved his hand. Although this item is useless, others don't know. Benefactor is merciful and magnanimous. Please take this item away. Moreover, this item belonged to my Zhu family's ancestor. In the future, if Benefactor's descendants and disciples have a use for my Zhu family, please come to my Zhu family with this item. My Zhu family will agree to anything. My Xing family is the same. Zhang Zheng hurriedly said. Sun Qing also hurriedly echoed. My Sun family is the same. AI all right. Xiao Hua actually wanted to settle his karma with the three families here. He didn't want to be involved with them in the future. However, looking at Zhu Cheng and the others, he thought for a moment and waved his hand to take back the bone fragment. He nodded and said, in that case, this old man will also keep this item as a souvenir. Zhu Cheng and the other two were overjoyed. Just as they were about to speak, Xiao Hua's figure flickered as he soared into the air and said with a smile, This old man still has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't be staying here any longer. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Benefactor. Zhu Cheng and Sun Qing were shocked. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to leave just like that. They hurriedly flew out of the hall to block Xiao Hua, but by the time they flew out, Xiao Hua had already disappeared. Alas, Benefactor is truly a righteous person. He's the best person in the world. Sun Qing stood in the air and sighed. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a benevolent and righteous person. Alas, it's such a pity that such a good Taoist cultivator was regarded as a demon by the immortal palace. Zhu Cheng bowed deeply in the air and sighed. Since we have been blessed by you, we should lend you a hand. Although we don't have much power, we can help the people. Our 3 families will use the grain seeds that you have given us as an opportunity to help you spread your name across the world. Good. Sun Qing and the One Underground both agreed. However, as soon as they answered, the entire earth rumbled and trembled again. It was as if a large hand had lifted Su province from the hidden immortal continent and then suddenly threw it down. Zhu Cheng was shocked when he saw this and hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, there will be a great disaster after the disaster. We still need to borrow the power of our benefactor to eliminate this great disaster. Let's hurry up and get started." Okay. Whether it was Sun Qing, or the old and young of Zhujia village, they all moved. Not to mention, Zhu family, Sun family, and Zheng family gradually spread Taoist Master Zhao's good name in the 9 regions due to the disaster of the hidden immortal continent and the loss of the 6 cauldrons during the chaos of the 6 regions. Xiao Hua flew out of Zhujia village and slightly identified the direction before flying towards the North Sea. Suddenly, Long Mai Xiao Hua's urgent voice sounded. "Fellow Taoist, wait. I sense the aura of the 9 cauldrons?" 9 cauldrons? Shuzhou cauldrons? Xiao Hua was stunned. His figure froze in midair as he asked in a low voice in disbelief. After all, he had just obtained the true explanation of the heavenly book and the origin of metal. Xiao Hua didn't expect to be able to get more from Wuyuan County. "It should be right," Long Mai Xiao Hua said with certainty. "This is the aura of the Shuzhou cauldrons that I sensed from the 6 cauldrons. It should be right. There are countless great scholars in Su province, but the most famous ones are Zhu Zi, Zheng Zi, and Sun Zi. Since the 3 sage families are all in Su province, distributed in Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, and Fanchong County, that is to say, these 3 counties have occupied the fate of Su province. If the Shuzhou cauldrons were not here, how could the 3 sages be born?" Xiao Hua secretly nodded when he heard this. The great scholars and sages mentioned by Confucian students were, in fact, somewhat different from the great scholars and sages of Confucian cultivation. Great Confucian was an honorific title. It was the respect for the old scholars who were virtuous and learned. Sometimes, it had nothing to do with the realm of Confucian cultivation. Even an unarmed old pedant could be called a great Confucian scholar. The so-called Great Confucian family didn't necessarily have a great Confucian scholar in the Confucian realm. Instead, it referred to the fact that a great Confucian family had produced a great Confucian scholar with unique academic achievements. This wasn't something that a simple Confucian cultivator could compare with. Sages were many levels higher than great scholars. They referred to the grandmasters who founded academic schools. They were unique sages. These sages usually came from ancient times and were some leading figures. These figures were almost extinct today. It was impossible for them to appear again. Confucian cultivators actually had a saying that sages of literature were often present, but sages were not present. Literary stars were like stars, while sages were like the moon. Therefore, those who could be called sages could be counted on one's fingers. Confucius, Mencius, Laozi, and the others were sages of Confucian cultivation. Their literary names were like the brilliance of the sun for 10,000 generations. Zhu Zi, Zheng Zi, Sun Zi, Mo Zi, Han Fizi, Zhuang Zi, Sun Tzu, and the other sages of Confucian cultivation were like the moon illuminating the brilliant stars of literature. Fellow Taoist is right. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He activated the earth escape technique and entered the ground in the direction that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua pointed out. He changed his direction and said, "Although we passed by earlier, the aura of the Shuzhou cauldron was suppressed by the Netherworld Judge's 9 nether origin power and was difficult to detect. Now that the 9 ghost caves are not under the control of the Netherworld Judge, the aura of the Suzhou cauldron will naturally leak out. It is normal for fellow Taoists to discover it. This is also an opportunity for us. Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, and Fanchong County are the locations of the graceful spirit Bell spirit. Even the origin of metal will appear. It is normal for the Suzhou cauldron to be here. Maybe it is because of the aura of the Suzhou cauldron that attracted the origin of metal here. That is why the Netherworld judge coveted it. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua replied. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. He stopped and said anxiously, if that is the case, I am afraid we cannot take away the Suzhou cauldron. Why? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was puzzled. It is very simple. Xiao Hua replied. The 3 saints left behind instructions for the descendants of the 3 saints to guard the 3 ghost caves. In other words, the 3 saints did not know that the Suzhou cauldron was here. Similarly, they did not know that there were 9 ghost caves here. At that time, the Suzhou cauldron suppressed 9 ghost caves. Among these 9 ghost caves, only 3 of them were able to release the Netherworld Qi. The other 6 ghost caves were sealed by the Suzhou cauldron. Even the Netherworld judge had no way to come out. If we take away the Suzhou cauldron now, wouldn't the other 6 ghost caves be unable to be suppressed? Fellow Taoist indeed has the world in his heart. He does not put his own interests above everything else. I am very impressed. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, fellow Taoist neglected something. Since the previous 6 ghost caves did not erupt, they actually appeared now. Naturally, the 9 cauldron formation has been broken. The Suzhou cauldron is useless here. If fellow Taoist has the heart, after gathering all 9 cauldrons, you can use your great divine ability to lay out the 9 cauldron formation and gather the destiny of the 9 regions again. That is the right way. But the 9 regions 9 cauldron formation. Where did you get it? Xiao Hua understood that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was right. He could not help but ask with a bitter smile. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile. I do not know about this. Fellow Taoist. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said, whoever tied the bell should untie it. In the end, the karma of the 9 regions 9 cauldron formation still lies with the Confucian cultivator clan. Only by refining innate true qi can I lay out the formation. I even feel that innate true qi is the root of Confucian cultivators. Once we master innate true qi, we master the foundation of Confucian cultivators' cultivation. Even if there is no 9 cauldron formation, we can still figure it out ourselves. Don't forget, we still have the innate divine restriction. Even so, I will go down and take a look. Xiao Hua nodded. He once again urged his body to go underground. Sure enough, the deeper he went underground, the more netherworld qi there was. It was as if the entire earth was leaking, and the netherworld qi was leaking out from the sieve-like holes. It's over there. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua pointed at a place where the netherworld qi was spiraling out from the netherworld qi and said. Xiao Hua landed and stretched out his hand to touch it. He said with a bitter smile, I can only touch the void. There is nothing here. Even if this Suzhou cauldron was discovered by others, it would not be easy to take it. The Tao of Fate is the mystery of heaven and earth. How can an ordinary person know about it? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a proud smile. Xiao Hua was not at ease. He once again escaped to the bottom of the Suzhou cauldron. He looked again and found that the root of the Suzhou cauldron was also overflowing with netherworld qi. He knew that the suppression power of the Suzhou cauldron had already disappeared. At this time, Xiao Hua released the 4-colored heaven's core and surrounded the Suzhou cauldron. Then, he carefully urged the 9 flying swords to nail the Suzhou cauldron. Finally, according to the secret technique of the dragon race, he urged Dragon Vein Xiao Hua to pull the Suzhou cauldron out from the ground. Rumble. Wuyuan County, Jingyue County, and Fanchong County, several thousand li of the earth trembled. In this huge tremor, Xiao Hua pulled the Suzhou cauldron out. This seemingly huge Suzhou cauldron immediately shrunk and turned into a strange object the size of a palm. Chapter 3871. Xiao Hua didn't bother to look at the Suzhou cauldron. Instead, he looked at the ground. He saw that the overflowing netherworld qi didn't increase much because of the absence of the Suzhou cauldron. Moreover, after the netherworld qi rushed into the ground, it was gradually dimmed by the yang qi of the hidden immortal continent. Even if it really dissipated to the ground, it wouldn't cause any harm to the people of Xuzhou. Lucky! Xiao Hua put down his worried heart and looked at the Xuzhou cauldron with joy. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi and absorbed it into his middle dantian. Swish! As the Xuzhou cauldron entered his dantian, a stream of qi rushed out of the Xuzhou cauldron. This qi was like a brush that touched the previously broken image. The whole image began to overflow again, but this time the image was more vivid and more complete. Great! Xiao Hua praised. He urged his body to fly out from the ground and flew toward the North Sea again. Not to mention Xiao Hua's harvest, he flew to the North Sea to keep the appointment. In the center of the misty immortal palace, there was a magnificent vermilion palace. At first glance, this palace looked similar to the surrounding palaces, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was much taller than the other palaces. When one flew closer, the palace was like a 10,000 feet tall mountain, making people look up to it. What was even more amazing was that all the palaces and pavilions of the immortal palace prostrated themselves around this palace, as if they were submitting and protecting it. The 9 colored clouds that overflowed above the palace were like sunlight, rain, and dew that constantly scattered in all directions, falling into various parts of the immortal palace. Every time a palace fell into the clouds, the palace would flash with a strange brilliance, and auspicious clouds would surge out from the palace, as if they were responding and thanking the palace for its kindness. In the brilliance of the clouds of this palace, there was a continuous rise and fall of palaces and pavilions. Among them, the most dazzling palace was overflowing with treasure light. Countless huge pillars of qi surged around this palace. Waves of qi rushed into the armor inscriptions everywhere in the palace. Waves of indescribable solemnity were emitted from the armor inscriptions. What was even more unbelievable was that inside the palace, there were streams of qi entangling and dancing like huge dragons. That kind of aura that could make any immortal or mortal suffocate firmly surrounded this palace. On the plaque of this palace, there were 4 ancient and powerful words written on it: Lingyun Palace. This was the center of the immortal palace, the place where the immortal emperor of the immortal palace summoned the immortal officials to discuss matters. Although the doors of the Lingyun King Palace were not closed, the entire palace was filled with purple clouds. The clouds condensed into a myriad of things and covered everything in the palace. It was impossible to see or hear anything inside the palace. Usually, the heavenly music was faintly discernible, and the peaceful atmosphere of immortal birds and fowls was long gone. 3,000 feet away from the palace, there were no palace maids or immortal officials to be seen. Even the immortal beasts and fowls were obediently avoiding them. No one dared to make a sound. This was because they knew that this was the day when the immortal emperor was discussing matters. Any untimely noise would disturb the Lingyun King Palace, and any mishap could cost them their lives. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the entrance of the palace. Then, an immortal emperor's decree that was a few feet long and shining with purple light flew out from the clouds. A voice that faintly contained the order of the world came from the decree. Summon the princes of the Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Baiming clans for questioning. As the voice fell, dozens of inscriptions on the armor appeared. These inscriptions on the armor caused the great qi of the Lingyun King Palace to rush into the imperial edict. Roar! The imperial edict emitted an even more dazzling brilliance. For Baib and emitting a threatening aura flew out from the brilliance. Each of them stepped on the clouds under the imperial edict and ran away. After the immortal emperor's decree flew away, the clouds outside the Lingyun King Palace began to swirl. Small whirlpools rotated and returned to their original state. In just a moment, outside the Lingyun King Palace, 4 well-built young Confucian scholars stepped on the clouds and arrived. These 4 people had different temperaments, different appearances, and different clothes. However, their dignified appearances were very similar. Each of them had a graceful and luxurious smile on their faces. Brother Dongfang, greetings to you. A Confucian scholar with slightly longer cheeks and bright moon-like eyes flew half a step forward. He cupped his hands and smiled at the Confucian scholar closest to him. A few months ago, I wanted to visit you at your residence. However, I heard that you weren't at your residence. I was thinking about when to visit you these past few days. I didn't expect to see you at the Lingyun King Palace today. This is really a joy for me. The Confucian scholar named Dongfang's face was as bright as the moon. His eyes flashed with yellow light. When he heard this Confucian scholar speak, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Oh, so it's Brother Shiman. A few months ago, I was indeed not at my residence because I had some matters to attend to. I'm sorry to disappoint you. However, today is just right. Not only is Brother Shiman here, but Brother Nangong and Brother Baiming are also here. The princes of the 4 clans are all here. After the questioning at the Lingyun King Palace, we can have a small gathering. Greetings, Brother Dongfang and Brother Shiman." As they spoke, a square-faced Confucian scholar with fiery red eyes and a chubby Confucian scholar with a round face flew over and greeted them at the same time. The 4 of them greeted each other. The Dongfang heir looked up at the majestic Lingyun King Palace and asked in a low voice, "For brothers, may I know the reason why the immortal emperor suddenly summoned us today?" The Nangong heir shrugged and glanced at the other 3 people. He said helplessly, I don't know. However, since the princes of the 4 clans are all here, I'm afraid there's something important. Since we're in front of the Lingyun King Palace, we can't recklessly guess the emperor's intentions. We'll know once we enter the palace." The Baiming heir replied indifferently. However, the 4 of them looked at each other with a faint tacit understanding. It was as if they had already sensed something. "That's right." The Shiman heir nodded and took out a decree from his bosom. He raised it with both hands and said respectfully to the Lingyun King Palace, "Your servant Shiman Cheonghan of the Shiman family kowtows in salute to His Majesty the Immortal Emperor." Seeing Shiman Cheonghan suddenly take out a decree and kowtow, the Dongfang heir's eyes flashed with anger. The Dongfang, Shiman, Nangong, and Baiming families were the 4 great clans. They had existed even longer than the Kong, Meng, and Sun clans. The Dongfang family was the head of the 4 great clans. Usually, when the 4 clans gathered together, the Dongfang family would always be the first to speak. This was an unspoken tacit understanding between them. Shiman Cheonghan's sudden opening of his mouth was understandable in terms of the order of everyone's speech, but in terms of tacit understanding, it was a form of provocation. Not only was the heir of the Dongfang family enraged, even the heirs of the Nangong family and the Baiming family were slightly taken aback. However, a trace of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes as they stood by the side, waiting to see how the heir of the Dongfang family would react. However, the show they wanted to see didn't play out. The Dongfang heir took out a decree and respectfully raised it up high. He raised his voice and said, "Dongfang heir Dongfang Huayun kowtows in salute to His Majesty the Immortal Emperor." Seeing that Dongfang Huayun didn't cause trouble, the Nangong and Baiming heirs looked at each other and took out their decrees at the same time. They respectfully raised them up high and said in unison, "Nangong heir Nangong Jingyin and Baiming heir Baiming Jiqing kowtows in salute to His Majesty the Immortal Emperor. Announce." A majestic voice was transmitted over. Vast clouds surged out of the hall door like rolling waves. They instantly wrapped around the 4 of them. When the clouds disappeared, the figures of the 4 of them had also disappeared. The clouds rapidly retracted and landed in front of the Lingyun Treasure Palace. It was the clouds that had crashed into the palace door. Buzz! With a muffled sound, a huge whirlpool appeared. As the light flashed, the 4 of them were dazzled. Then, they landed under a huge dome of heaven. This was a vast sky. Above and below his feet was a boundless sea of nebulas. Between the nebulas, thousands of multicolored lights flashed brilliantly like the afterglow of dusk. And in this brilliance of light and shadow, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of things in the world were faintly circulating. Among these nebulas, the most eye-catching thing was an existence that resembled a blazing sun. It was a golden throne high up in the sky. This golden throne overlooked all things and was the leader of the group. An aura that seemed to be the ruler of all things surged down from the throne and covered the entire sky. At this moment, an emperor that was thousands of feet tall sat on the throne. This emperor wore a sun and moon emperor robe and a crown of heaven and earth on his head. Tens of millions of inscriptions surged around him from time to time, and the providence of hundreds of families danced wantonly like dragons. The terrifying aura on the golden throne was emitted from this emperor. The heirs of the 4 great clans landed in the hall and glanced at the emperor, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, on the golden throne. They hurriedly bowed again and said, "Your humble subjects greet your majesty. Rise." Although the 4 princes didn't know how far away the immortal emperor was, when the immortal emperor spoke, The roaring Providence dragon immediately froze and the surging inscriptions disappeared. The brilliance on the golden throne carried a majestic voice and landed on the four of them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The four of them rose at the same time and stood there with their heads lowered. They didn't dare to say a word. "How many years have you been in the Celestial Palace?" the immortal emperor asked. Dongfeng Huayun rolled his eyes and respectfully replied, "Your servant has been in the Celestial Palace for 10 years. Your servant has been in the Celestial Palace for 9 years and 8 months. Your servant has been in the Celestial Palace for 9 years and 8 months. Your servant has been in the Celestial Palace for 7 years. The other 3 aristocratic family members also answered in a well-behaved manner. "Yes, Dongfeng Huayun has been in the Celestial Palace for 10 years, and more than 3,000 years have passed in the hidden immortal continent." The immortal emperor nodded and said, "Does Dongfeng Huayun miss the hidden immortal continent?" Dongfeng Huayun smiled and said, "It would be a lie if I didn't miss it. However, your servant has enjoyed an immortal lifespan in the Celestial Palace and is also envied by everyone in the clan. Your servant is grateful for your Majesty's grace." Chapter 3872. You do have longevity, but it's hard for your cultivation to improve. Minister Dongfeng, you're already a literature saint. If you were on the hidden immortal continent, you might already be a literature star. This is also the disadvantage of the immortal palace. Immortal Emperor's tone was comforting, but his voice was like rolling thunder. "Your Majesty is joking." Dongfeng Huayun didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly replied, "The righteous qi in the immortal palace is countless times denser than the hidden immortal continent. Cultivating in the immortal palace has an exceptionally solid foundation. Although I'm still a literature saint, I'm completely different from 10 years ago. And I also know that cultivating in the immortal palace will allow me to reach literature star sooner or later. But if I cultivated in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid I would have already been stuck at the bottleneck." Just like Dongfeng Huayun, "I'm grateful for your Majesty's grace." Shimin Qionghan seized the opportunity and said, "It's my fortune to be able to cultivate in the immortal palace." Shimin Qionghan's tone was even more humble, and he even called himself minister. Immortal Emperor nodded and asked, How long has it been since Minister Shimin contacted your family?" Dongfeng Huayun saw Shimin Qionghan interrupt again, and the Immortal Emperor's question landed on Shimin Qionghan. She couldn't help but get angry again. "Your Majesty!" Shimin Qionghan glanced at Dongfeng Huayun proudly and respectfully replied, "According to the Immortal Palace's rules, I'm supposed to contact my family once a year. There's still half a month before the deadline. I should have received the message a year ago." Minister Dongfeng, Minister Nangong, Minister Baiming, you too? Immortal Emperor asked. Dongfeng Huayun, Nangong Jingyin, and Baiming Jiqing hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, yes, we received the message a year ago. 1 day in the Immortal Palace is 1 year in the human world. 1 year in the Immortal Palace is 300 years in the human world. In other words, you haven't received any news from the hidden immortal continent for 300 years? Yes. The four replied respectfully. Immortal Emperor's tone suddenly turned cold. So you don't know the current situation of the hidden immortal continent? We do not know. Dongfeng Huayun and the others were surprised as they answered respectfully. However, no one dared to ask further. And since that's the case, you can go back and wait. The Immortal Emperor said indifferently, if the clan sends a message, ask more about the situation of the hidden immortal continent. Your 4 great clans are guarding my hidden immortal continent, which is the foundation of us Confucian cultivators. Don't be careless. Yes, we understand. The 4 of them bowed respectfully again and replied, we will definitely pass on this message to the clan. After the 4 of them left, a ray of light flashed in the sky of the Lingyun Treasure Palace. A dozen celestial generals wearing celestial armor appeared on the right side of the golden chair. These celestial generals were also a few thousand feet tall. The murderous aura on their bodies seemed to have materialized. The noble qi surrounding their bodies was as sharp as the sword qi. As for the left side of the golden seat, there were a few Confucian cultivators in court attire standing asymmetrically. These Confucian cultivators were of different ages, and their height and weight were also different. Although these Confucian cultivators did not have the murderous aura of the immortal general opposite them, The righteous aura that surged around them was not inferior to the immortal generals. As the righteous aura surged, a myriad of phenomena were vaguely born. These Confucian cultivators stood quietly, and their auras were extremely restrained. The person in front was an old man with white hair and beard holding a horsetail whisk. The old man frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the door of the hall, as if he was thinking about something. Tai Bai Jinxing. The immortal emperor asked, "Do you think we can trust these 4 people?" "Your Majesty." The white-haired Tai Bai Jinxing waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. He withdrew his gaze from the palace door and sneered. "Chong Gung thinks that if we believe them, we believe them. If we don't believe them, we don't believe them." "Old man, His Majesty is asking you a question. Why are you talking like a monk from the Thundersound Temple?" Before the immortal emperor could speak, one of the immortal generals roared. His awe-inspiring sword-like awe-inspiring aura rushed over without any hesitation. Hee. Tai Bai Jinxing didn't care. He waved the horsetail whisk and blocked the awe-inspiring aura. He sneered, "Tianji Palace has intercepted the messages from the 4 great clans to the 4 princes more than once. They are well aware of it. Since they don't want to admit it, Heavenly King Qing Yu, are you going to force them to admit it? Don't tell me that these 4 brats are constantly communicating with the 4 great clans of the hidden immortal continent." The immortal general called Heavenly King Qing Yu retorted, "Even the immortal officials under your command, Confucianism, legalism, School of Agriculture, School of Yin-Yang, School of Miscellany, etc. are secretly communicating with the various clans of the hidden immortal continent. Why don't you force them to admit it?" The civil officials under this old man's command are mostly from the 100 schools of Confucianism. Although these immortal officials are ranked among the immortals, their origins are from the various great worlds of the hidden immortal continent. They are different from the military schools of the immortal palace. Tai Bai Jinxing seemed to know Heavenly King Qing Yu's temper. He didn't get angry and slowly replied, "This old man can win over some people's hearts, but I can't control everyone's will." "Isn't that enough?" Heavenly King Qing Yu's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something. The immortal emperor's voice sounded. Heavenly King Qing Yu hurriedly lowered his head and stopped talking. What Tai Bai Jinxing said was naturally the current situation of the immortal palace. It was also the situation since ancient times. Although the immortal emperor occupied the immortal palace and was the leader of the schools of Confucianism, the power of the military schools couldn't completely control the immortal palace. When the disciples of the 100 schools of Confucianism, legalism, Moism, etc. reached a certain cultivation level, they would definitely choose some people to take up positions in the immortal palace. The positions of these immortal officials might not be very high. However, for many years, the immortal palace's various powers were intertwined. The conflicts and alliances between them were endless. This really gave the immortal emperor a headache. In order to make the immortal palace feel at ease and balance the conflicts between the immortal palace and the hidden immortal continent, the 4 great clans even specially sent the direct descendants of the 4 great clans to the immortal palace as hostages. These methods couldn't stop the conflicts between the various schools of Confucianism. On top of these conflicts, under the negligence of the immortal officials, the immortal emperor felt like he was a mere figurehead. How could Tai Bai Jinxing and the others not know the predicament of the immortal emperor? Hearing the immortal emperor's cold snort, they naturally didn't dare to speak. After a while, the immortal emperor asked, "Did the 4 great clans report to the immortal palace?" Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, this old subject hasn't seen them yet. However, in this old subject's opinion, once their reports arrive, it'll be time for the dagger to be revealed. Does your Majesty think their reports are good? Or is it better not to come?" The immortal emperor calmly asked, "What do you think, dear subject? In this old subject's opinion, your Majesty summoned the 4 great clans' heirs today as a warning and also a test. I believe the 4 great clans' heirs aren't fools. They will definitely inform their own clans of your Majesty's intentions." At this point, Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated slightly before continuing. "In addition, your Majesty, this old subject feels that there seems to be a gap between the 4 great clans. Your Majesty might as well use this gap to relieve the pressure at this time." Hee. You think you're the only one who can see it? That I don't know? The immortal emperor smiled slightly. If it were any other time, this tactic of sowing discord might be useful. However, at this moment, Even if Dongfang Huayun passes this message to the Dongfang clan, he will only be reprimanded and make them wary. Yes, this old subject is slow-witted. Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly nodded. The Immortal Emperor asked again, how many of the Immortal Palace's officials are calling for war? Your Majesty, this old subject has already presented 406 memorials to Your Majesty. 361 of them are calling for war. Only 65 of them are for peace. Tai Bai Jinxing methodically replied, as for the 521 memorials that have yet to be presented to Your Majesty, 410 are calling for war, and 111 are calling for peace. After saying this, Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated for a moment before continuing in a low voice. As for the peace memorials, most of them were submitted by my military disciples. The Immortal Emperor nodded. His tone was somewhat gloomy as if he was thinking about something. After a moment he said, Perfected Lord Qing, do you think, as soon as he said this, the Immortal Emperor immediately came to a realization and stopped. Chapter 3873. Hearing that the Celestial Emperor was angry, Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, you're overthinking things. The 9th princess has always followed the rules. Sun Gang probably came to the lower realm to watch the show. It shouldn't have anything to do with the 9th princess. Yes, I hope it has nothing to do with her. The Celestial Emperor nodded. However, Sun Jian's matter. Let's leave it at that for now. Although the Black Ruins Mountain is dangerous, it's also full of opportunities. If Sun Jian is lucky, he might get something. When that happens, it'll be good for him, for me, and for the Immortal Palace. Yes, Sun Jian is really unlucky. Heavenly King Qing Yu sighed. If not for the Confucian officials forcing you to abdicate, how could Your Majesty be so heartless? Heavenly King Qing Yu, if we were to fight the Buddhists, what do you think are our chances of winning? The Celestial Emperor changed the topic. Heavenly King Qing Yu almost blurted out, Naturally, our chances of winning are higher. Although the Buddhists have many disciples, most of them are people who recite scriptures. Although the Buddhists have outstanding strength, there are few of them. Based on this alone, the Buddhists are at a disadvantage. Not to mention, our disciples are all well versed in military books and formations since young. All of them are talented generals. Not necessarily. Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head. If we were to fight this time, the hidden immortal continent would be the first to bear the brunt of the battle. The Buddhists' Western paradise would not be affected, so the Buddhists have the geographical advantage. Although the Buddhists' disciples are incompetent, there are many secular people on both the hidden immortal continent and Western paradise who are loyal to the Buddhists. The Buddhists also have the advantage. Also, the Immortal Palace is being forced by the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators. Their people might not be united. Some want us to win, while others want us to lose. Without the right time, place, and people, how can we win? Even if we win, they'll let the fruits of our victory flow like water, so as to highlight their importance. If we lose, they can get away with their tricks. The Celestial Emperor said coldly. Therefore, we'll definitely lose this battle. The problem is, Heavenly King Qing Yu smiled bitterly. The Buddhists have no choice but to fight. The Buddhists' Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body on the hidden immortal continent. Isn't that to provoke the agreement? Aren't you trying to test the bottom line of Confucian cultivators? If my immortal palace doesn't fight, it will cause the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators to be wary of this problem. His Majesty will be forced by them. The most important thing now should be to make Mahavairocana's ambition retreat from the hidden immortal continent and return to the Thunder Temple. Tai Bai Jinxing said thoughtfully. How is this possible? Heavenly King Qing Yu sneered. Right now, Longevity Town's Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect are like fire and water. If the Buddhist sect were to withdraw from Longevity Town, not only would Mahavairocana not dare to do so, even the commoners of the secular world would be unwilling. Vairocana, who has 9th grade elemental energy, is being threatened by commoners without any cultivation. Now that I think about it, it's really funny. Tai Bai Jinxing said in a mocking tone. Humph, it's not just Mahavairocana. The Celestial Emperor sneered. Didn't I also get roasted by a bunch of rascals? Could it be that we can only fight? Is there no other way? Tai Bai Jinxing said in a low voice. He turned around to look at the military immortal officials behind him. They all had their heads lowered and didn't say anything. Clearly, they knew they couldn't change the situation. It's also troublesome for the people from the mortal world to find it. Xueqi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, however, the Holy Light Realm's appearance at this time is good news for your majesty. Chapter 3874. Haha, that's right, you're right. The Celestial Emperor clapped his hands and laughed. His previous majesty gone. I was just worried about the war between us and the Buddhists. Now, I'm sure Mahavairocana knows about the story of the fisherman taking advantage of the sandpiper and the clam. I don't believe he dares to take the risk and fight me while the enemy of the Holy Light World is here. Indeed. Xueqi smiled. I'm sure Mahavairocana can sense the aura of the Nirvana realm better than your majesty. The Buddhists are the enemy of the Holy Light World, not the Confucians of the hidden immortal continent. He must be thinking about how to ease the conflict between them. This is a serious matter. Xueqi, I appoint you as my envoy to the Thunder Temple. The Celestial Emperor smiled. Discuss the war with Mahavairocana. As long as Mahavairocana agrees to a truce, why should I be afraid of the 100 schools? In my opinion, why don't we invite the envoy from the Thunder Temple to the Celestial Palace? Xueqi shook his head. After all, the Holy Light World is the enemy of the Buddhists. It's reasonable for them to invade the Longevity Town. Oh my dear. Mahavairocana is now sitting on the fishing platform, but I'm sitting on the hot pot. The situation is completely different. We both know the situation, so I have to speak first. How about this, Your Majesty? Xueqi thought for a while and said, I can go to the Thunder Temple as an envoy, but I'll have to ask Your Majesty to talk to Mahavairocana personally. That's fine. The Celestial Emperor nodded. I'll do as you say. Xueqi wanted to say yes, but the Celestial Emperor suddenly had a thought and ordered, how about this, Xueqi? Didn't you say that there were demonic insects attacking the hidden immortal continent? Why don't we invite Mahavairocana and the golden-winged great sage to the Celestial Palace? The Natural Selection Conference is about to begin. Why don't we bring it forward and invite them to watch the ceremony together? Your Majesty's arrangement is very thoughtful. I have no objections. Xueqi bowed. I'll arrange it now. As Xueqi spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. After pondering for a while, he said, Your Majesty, it seems that the Empress' birthday is coming soon. If possible, why don't we put them all together? Oh, that's right. The immortal emperor slapped his forehead and said, I was so anxious about political affairs that I almost forgot about such an important matter. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have made a mistake. This subject will take his leave. Xueqi bowed and left. After Xueqi left, the immortal emperor raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the Lingyun Palace. The supreme heavenly mirror was shining faintly in the middle of the ceiling. After a while, the immortal emperor said faintly, I have the supreme heavenly mirror, but I can't search the entire continent. Accidents will always happen when it's possible. While the immortal emperor of the immortal palace was feeling depressed, within the Thunderclap Temple, the myriad Buddhas were resting in silence. Only the Mahavairocana Buddha and the Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha were present in the Buddha Hall. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha asked, Lord of the World, is there any news from the Manjushri? Ba. 10 days ago, the Manjushri sent a Buddhist certificate, stating that the Longevity Town is in danger. Other than the various major families' provocations, the disciples of the 4 major families are also secretly making their moves. If it weren't for the Manjushri, the 99 feet golden body would have been destroyed long ago. The Mahavairocana Buddha said in a low voice, It seems like it's time to make a decision. Ba. The Mahavairocana Buddha Exalt closed his eyes and pondered. The hidden immortal continent was filled with hostility. All the major families were preparing their troops and setting their sights on the Yu province's longevity town. They raised their commanding hands high and waited for the longevity town's bugle horn to sound. Then, the flames of war would spread everywhere and slay the Buddhist sons of Buddhas. The Pure Land's morale was high. All the Buddhist kingdom's monk soldiers were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They all set their sights on the Yu province's longevity town. Similarly, they were waiting for the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body to collapse. Then, the Thunder Sound Temple's Buddhist light would illuminate the world. The Buddhist kingdom's disciples were about to invade the hidden immortal continent to kill the Confucian cultivators and save the sons of Buddhas. However, no one would have thought that Xiaohua, who was in Su province, in the Fengxiang country, and in Wuyuan county, would gently wave the willow branch and change the situation. Whether it was the immortal emperor of the immortal palace or the Mahavairakana Buddha exalt of the Thunder Sound Temple, they all had to change their minds. Tens of millions of creatures were saved because of this wave of the willow branch. What Xiaohua didn't know was that on a pale land, among the undulating white bone palaces, a judge who was hundreds of feet tall and wearing a scarlet official robe suddenly rushed out of one of the palaces. This judge held the life and death book in his left hand and the soul hooking brush in his right hand. As soon as he flew out of the palace, he immediately turned into a strange black fog and flew toward a direction. However, just as he flew past a gray river, the rolling black fog suddenly stopped in mid-air. Immediately, the black fog seemed to explode. How can we have skin contact? Do you know what it means to see no evil, to hear no evil, to speak no evil, and to move no evil? What Yu Lang said, this concubine doesn't understand. Who would have thought that Chong Yuan was not moved at all and whispered, this concubine only knows that a woman's virtue is to have no talent. If Yu Lang is alive, this concubine is Yu Lang's wife. If Yu Lang is gone, this concubine is Yu Lang's widow. Your grandmother. Are you crazy? I haven't died yet, and you want to curse me? Ah! Yu Zhongquan angrily cursed, but before he could finish, he screamed. His body suddenly stopped moving, and another wave of sweat fell down. Chong Yuan bit her lips and wiped the sweat off Yu Zhongquan's face with a silk handkerchief. Then, she wiped the sweat off Yu Zhongquan's body along his neck. Yu Zhongquan's lips moved and he said in a hoarse voice, Don't touch me. Damn Chong Yuan, don't you know? However, no matter what he said, Chong Yuan's face still turned red. She closed her eyes and stretched her arm into Yu Zhongquan's clothes, trying her best to wipe. Perhaps it was an accident. She didn't know where she touched, but Yu Zhongquan suddenly moved. His face revealed an awkward expression, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. His weak arm trembled slightly. Although the attentive Chong Yuan closed her eyes, she immediately felt it. She hurriedly opened her eyes and asked, Yu Lang. At this moment, the Pegasus flapped its wings and passed through a cloud. The sound of the wind stirring could be heard. Chong Yuan was slightly startled. She hurriedly raised her head and saw Xiaohua's smiling face. Master. Chong Yuan felt a burst of shyness. She hurriedly tried to pull her arm out of Yu Zhongquan's clothes, but the more she was busy, the more she made mistakes. She didn't know where her arm was hanging, so she couldn't pull it out no matter what. Chong Yuan's face was as red as blood. The thick-skinned face she had when facing Yu Zhongquan earlier had long disappeared. Hearing Chong Yuan call him master, Yu Zhongquan slightly opened his eyes. Chong Yuan didn't tell Yu Zhongquan Xiaohua's name, nor did she tell him about her situation in the Yu clan. She only said that her master saved Yu Zhongquan, and she was here to serve him under her master's orders. Moreover, Yu Zhongquan was saved by Xiaohua after he fainted in the ghost cave, so he didn't know that Chong Yuan's master was Xiaohua. When Yu Zhongquan saw the familiar face, he was stunned at first, but then he said in surprise, You are immortal Xiao? Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back and replied with a smile, Other than this Xiao, is there anyone else in this world who is so handsome? Not to mention Yu Zhongquan's reaction, Chong Yuan was first stupefied. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. She didn't understand why this master of hers, whose magical power reached the heavens, would say such frivolous words. Of course, such a handsome person like master is rarely seen in the world. Only the princess of the immortal palace is worthy of you. Fu Jiwen, who was driving the carriage at the front, chuckled and said, "Of course, Master's disciple is also as handsome as Jade, peerless in his generation. If others are blind, then there's no way." Senior Marshal Brother. At this time, Chang Yuan noticed that in addition to her master, that cheap Senior Marshal Brother was also driving the carriage at the front, so her face became even redder. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes at Fu Jiwen and said, "You found yourself a female official of the Immortal Palace and wanted Master to help you. So you wanted to find Master a princess, right?" Hee, that's not it. Didn't Disciple see Junior Marshal's sister so infatuated? So I thought of my wife in the Immortal Palace far away? Disciple is separated from Immortal my humble wife, and it's not easy for us to even see each other. But when this guy looks at Junior sister, he's not moved at all. Fu Jiwen said again, but unfortunately before he could finish, Xiao Hua waved the Kunlun mirror and said, "This is a matter between the two of them. It has nothing to do with you. Go back and rest first." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua had something to say to Yu Zhongquan alone, so he smiled and entered the Kunlun wonderland. "Yu Zhongquan, we meet again." Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the lying Yu Zhongquan. He didn't help him up and said with a smile, "AI, yes, Immortal Xiao." Yu Zhongquan sighed and said, "The last time we met, Immortal Xiao saved my life, and this time, you saved my life again. I don't know how to thank Immortal Xiao." Speaking of this, Yu Zhongquan thought of something and hurriedly asked, "By the way, Immortal Xiao, how are Zhu Xiang and my other friends?" Seeing that Yu Zhongquan had woken up and didn't ask about anything else but Zhu Xiang, Xiao Hua knew that the current Yu Zhongquan was the same as the previous Yu Zhongquan. His temperament hadn't changed, so he replied with some regret. When this old man arrived, it was too late. Yu, Song Zixiong, and the others were all saved by this old man, but Zhu Xiang died in the ghost cave. However, you don't need to be sad for him. He got what he wanted. That's why he left, but he lived in the hearts of the Zhu family. At the same time, he changed Zhu Cheng's view of him, and he achieved his goal. AI, yes. Yu Zhongquan sighed. Uncle Zhu was indeed too harsh on him. Even this you felt indignant for him. Being harsh has its benefits, and being relaxed has its drawbacks. Xiao Hua said with a double meaning, some people are so relaxed that they don't even go home, and they only cause trouble for their family. Who caused trouble? Yu Zhongquan stiffened his neck and said, "This Yu upholds justice on behalf of the heavens, and gets rid of all the evildoers in the world. Your wish is good, your action is also good, but the consequences are not good." Xiao Hua ruthlessly interrupted his words and said indifferently, "Don't forget that you are a descendant of the Yu family, and your actions represent the Yu family. You may not think that you are causing trouble, but the trouble has already come to the Yu family." "Master," Chang Yuan worriedly said, "can you first treat Yu Lang's injuries?" "Good disciple, don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "With this master here, the ghost energy of the underworld won't dare to come out." "Yes, master." Chang Yuan didn't dare to question Xiao Hua, and nervously looked at Yu Zhongquan. She wanted to help him up, but Yu Zhongquan didn't pay attention to her. My Yu family is a scholarly family. Although it is only from the 7th class, this Yu is no longer an ignorant youth, and will act appropriately. Yu Zhongquan didn't care. Xiao Hua looked at Chang Yuan with a smile and said, "Disciple, tell Yu Zhongquan what you encountered." "Yes, master." Chang Yuan worriedly looked at Yu Zhongquan, and told him what happened. Yu Zhongquan's pale face became more and more bloodless. After all, if Xiao Hua didn't appear, not to mention Chang Yuan being taken away, even the Yu family would have suffered a disaster. To Yu Zhongquan, Xiao Hua was not just a life-saving grace. Even when Yu Zhongquan glanced at Chang Yuan, the disdain in his eyes seemed to have changed. Chapter 3876. Tell me the truth, Yu Zhongquan. After Chang Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Hua spoke again. "This old man saved you entirely because of Chang Yuan. You must still remember what this old man said to you when we first met, right? Even this old man's purpose of going to Yifeng country was also because of Chang Yuan. Now this old man knows that Chang Yuan is the person this old man was looking for, and this old man has already accepted her as a disciple. As for you, Although this old man said in front of others that he wanted to accept you as a disciple, it was to block the disaster for your Yu family. This old man doesn't care whether you accept me as a disciple or not. If you are willing, this old man will remove the yin qi from your body and you can go by yourself. Master. Chang Yuan was shocked. She was originally a pure person, but when she heard that Xiao Hua wasn't going to accept a disciple, she couldn't help but hurriedly speak. Xiao Hua ignored Chang Yuan and shook the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Yuan Ya and Lu Yi also flew out of the Kunlun paradise and ordered, "Go, you two go and help this blind thing up." Yuan Ya and Lu Yi were Yu Zhongquan's old friends. Yuan Ya had heard about Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan from Fujiwen in the Kunlun Wonderland. At this time, seeing the two of them like this, Yuan Ya immediately understood something. In fact, Lu Yi didn't need to do anything. Yuan Ya gently lifted Yu Zhongquan up. "Hee, brother Yu, we meet again." Lu Yi smiled and cupped his hands. "Hello, brother Lu." Yu Zhongquan was a little embarrassed and also a little happy. He said in a low voice, "Hello, brother Ya." "And good." Yuan Ya nodded in agreement and stood at the side. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. He released his consciousness and swept it around Yu Zhongquan's body. Yu Zhongquan felt his body lighten. The netherworld qi that was like maggots in the bones immediately turned into yin qi and rushed out of Yu Zhongquan's body. Xiao Hua once again reached out and grabbed. Several crystal threads flashed and the netherworld qi was caught by Xiao Hua. He slightly urged his magic power and a bead smaller than a finger appeared out of thin air. Since the yin qi was gone, although Yu Zhongquan's divine power was a little weak, he could still move. He bowed and said, "Junior thanks Immortal Senior for saving my life." No need to thank me." Xiao Hua waved his hand and threw the pearl to Yu Zhongquan, saying, "Zhu Xiang has already passed away. Take this as a souvenir." "Yes, Junior understands." Zhongquan received it and carefully hid it. Then Xiao Hua took some medicinal pills and handed them to Yu Zhongquan, waved his hand and said, "Yu Zhongquan, our karma should have ended here. The favor that this old man should have repaid to others has now been repaid. If you want to leave, no one will stop you." "Master." Although Chang Yuan knew that Xiao Hua was definitely stalling for time, her heart was still uneasy. She pleaded, "Even if Yu Lang is unwilling to stay, what about the matter that Master previously promised this disciple? No matter what, you have to do it, right?" Hearing Chang Yuan's words, Yu Zhongquan's heart was greatly alarmed. This fellow originally had the temperament of someone who would not leave even if he said he would. At this moment, he hurriedly wanted to leave, but Xiao Hua sighed and took out an item. As soon as this item appeared, Yu Zhongquan's soul was immediately sucked away. Even though he took 2 steps forward, he was still unwilling to leave. Because in Xiao Hua's hand was the Mandarin duck sword. The flying sword flashed with a cold light, and a surge of sharpness seemed to be able to split the void. In particular, the sword's splendor within the flying sword roamed, as if there was a sword spirit that could understand human nature. It firmly attracted Yu Zhongquan's eyes, and in his heart, he couldn't help admiring it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the flying sword landed in front of Yu Zhongquan. The sword qi pierced Yu Zhongquan's skin, giving rise to a tearing feeling. Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Forget it. Since this old man promised my disciple, I can't go back on my words. Yu Zhongquan, this is a flying sword that this old man obtained in his early years. Take it. Perhaps at this time, you still don't know how powerful this sword is. After you refine it, you will know. This old man isn't bragging, but even the spiritual weapons of the Tao sect may not be comparable to this sword." Xiao Hua boasted twice, but it didn't break the 2 bulls' skin. Instead, it aroused Yu Zhongquan's curiosity. He wanted to take this flying sword, but he really couldn't bring himself to do it. If he didn't take it, his heart would feel like it was being scratched by a cat. It was very uncomfortable. "Brother Quan, are you still a man? If you want it, then take it. Master is very generous." How could Lu Yi not know what Yu Zhongquan was thinking? He laughed and said, "Besides, Master didn't force you to marry junior sister." Yu Zhongquan's face suddenly turned red. He grabbed the flying sword in his hand and shouted, "I'm taking it, so what? Even if you force me, I won't get married." "Tisa." Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and said, "You can marry whoever you want. What does it have to do with this old man?" He, brother Quan, Even if you take it, Master can't do anything to you. Lu Yi laughed again and said, however, you have the flying sword. Do you have the sword art to use it? If you want to learn the sword art from Master, then take him as your disciple. Master is very generous. Master won't force you to marry junior sister just because you want to take him as your disciple. Yu Zhongquan's neck stiffened and said, even if I take him as my disciple, I won't get married if Master forces me. Then take him as your disciple. Of course, Lu Yi knew that Yu Zhongquan had wanted to become his disciple a long time ago. However, back then, seventh uncle Yu had stopped him and Yu Zhongquan couldn't become his disciple. Today, if it wasn't for Chong Yuan, Yu Zhongquan would have already become his disciple. Therefore, Lu Yi wanted to fulfill Yu Zhongquan's wish. Yu Zhongquan was not a fool. Lu Yi gave him a way out. How could he not know how to step down? Humph, so be it. Saying this, Yu Zhongquan knelt down and kowtowed. This disciple wants to take Senior Immortal as his master. I wonder if Senior Immortal can teach this disciple the flying sword art? Humph, if it weren't for Chong Yuan's face, this old man wouldn't care about you. Xiao Hua lifted his foot and kicked Yu Zhongquan, saying, get up and take out a drop of blood essence. What does Master want to do? Yu Zhongquan hadn't gotten up yet. He had heard a lot of legends about blood essence. His face slightly changed and he hurriedly asked. Lu Yi was very anxious and hurriedly transmitted his voice. You idiot! Haven't you heard of the blood essence of a spirit weapon? Ah, yes. Yu Zhongquan, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly urged a drop of blood essence and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua faintly glanced at Yu Zhongquan. Then he raised his hand and grabbed. The essence blood rushed into the air. As he cast several seals, the essence blood surged like boiling water. When the essence blood produced layers of blood vessels, Xiao Hua raised his hand again, and a faint tiger shape flew out from his fingertips. This tiger shape shook twice in the air and turned into a deer shape. This deer shape fell into the essence blood at the same time as when it fell into Chong Yuan's flying sword. When the deer shape let out a clear cry, it fell into the essence blood. Quick! Xiao Hua waved his hands, and several crystal lights fell. The blood essence rapidly rotated, and obscure textures and talismans gradually appeared on the surface of the blood essence. A blood-colored deer was gradually born. Go! Xiao Hua made a grabbing motion, and the deer-shaped sword intent fell into the flying sword. Clang! A sword cry soared into the sky, and the flying sword almost slipped out of Yu Zhongquan's hand. Yu Zhongquan, you have already practiced the flying sword technique. Master will seal this sword intent into the flying sword. In the process of refining the flying sword, comprehend this sword intent well, and it will make you twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Hua said earnestly. Take out your previous flying sword. Yes, Master. Yu Zhongquan opened his mouth, and the previous flying sword flew out. Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed, and the flying sword immediately melted into a mass of juice and floated in the air. Xiao Hua swept it with his divine sense and said coldly, your flying sword technique has already deviated. If you practice it for more than 30 years, you will definitely die from the backlash of sword qi. Yu Zhongquan's mind hurt. He knew that Xiao Hua had erased the spirit imprint he left in the flying sword. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, his face became even paler. Your divine sense technique has not reached the Deshang level, and you still want to plant a sword heart. You are really eager for quick success. This is definitely not the flying sword technique of your Confucian cultivation. Xiao Hua raised his hand and pressed it between Yu Zhongquan's eyebrows, and said, this is the technique of strengthening the divine sense and this old man's flying sword technique. You can slowly practice it. Thank you, Master. Yu Zhongquan kowtowed a few more times, and then sincerely got up. Chong Yuan was beaming with joy as she watched from the side. She could almost feel the aura of the sword intent on Yu Zhongquan's flying sword. Since Yu Zhongquan wanted to comprehend the sword intent, then he must have the same heart as her. Wasn't that what she wanted? When Yu Zhongquan opened his mouth and sucked the flying sword into his middle dantian, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and he was secretly proud. No matter how rebellious Yu Zhongquan was, in the end, didn't he still fall into Xiao Hua's trap? No need to thank Master. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongquan's appearance, and he was both angry and amused. He thought for a moment and said, Master will first let you read a story. With that, Xiaohua raised his hand slightly, and a finger pointed between Yu Zhongquan's eyebrows. This finger looked very similar to the finger on Chang Yuan's forehead before, but it was completely different from before. Now that Xiaohua's soul cultivation was almost complete, and he could control the origin power of the underworld, this soul technique was really easy to use. There was no need to use any soul silk, and there was no need to consume too much soul power. Yu Zhongquan saw that everything in the world fell into Xiaohua's finger, and all of this turned into a stream of light and rushed into his mind. Tianmen Mountain, Little Cabbage, Yu Zhongquan, Wanderer, Indecent Assault, and so on appeared scene after scene. Sure enough, in a moment, 2 streams of tears flowed from Yu Zhongquan's eyes and slowly fell. Before the tears dripped to his chin, Yu Zhongquan opened his eyes. His eyes were full of regret, attachment, and expectation. However, when Yu Zhongquan looked at Chang Yuan, he found that Chang Yuan didn't move, as if she didn't see him. Even Lu Yi and Yuanya were the same. Do you understand? Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhongquan and asked softly. Disciple understands. Yu Zhongquan looked at Chang Yuan and said warmly, if Chang Yuan is Little Cabbage, and disciple is Yu Zhongquan, then disciple owes her too much. Disciple also thanks Master for his painstaking efforts. Instead of that, it's better to take advantage of the conflicts between the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators and the gap between the immortals and Buddhas to form some alliances. Although the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's fortune gate does not need to be known by others, the forces Master obtained in the Jade Pavilion banquet must be used. AI. Master's ability to judge the situation is still inferior to the Zhu family's patriarch. Hee, Master is thinking too much. Fu Jiwen comforted. Zhu Cheng is the Zhu family's patriarch. He has received training in this area since he was young. Master is benevolent and focused on cultivation, so Master is naturally weak in this area. Didn't Master often say that? There's no need to be envious of others. That's true. Master is somewhat undervaluing himself. Oh, that's right, disciple. How do you feel after the heavenly book was sealed? Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked. Fu Jiwen smiled apologetically. Ever since Disciple's heavenly book was sealed by Master, Disciple suddenly felt empty in Disciple's heart. Other than reciting some books, Disciple refined his true qi. Disciple seemed to have understood a little, but also seemed to not understand much. However, this kind of dull cultivation was what Disciple liked in the early years. AI, as the saying goes, dull is real. Perhaps this kind of cultivation method without desires is the right way. In the early years, you condensed the heavenly book in your body because you were dull and followed fate. If you were so eager for quick success in the early years, heavenly book probably wouldn't have been fated with you. Xiaohua sighed. Let's not talk about you. Even today's Confucian cultivators seem to have made mistakes in their pursuit and have long deviated from their previous principles. Of course, this kind of mistake might be an improvement, or it might be correct. However, without the cultivation of one's heart, how can one achieve the great Tao? Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen said sincerely, if disciple didn't meet Master, disciple would have already fallen. The problem is, if disciple didn't meet Master, disciple wouldn't be so eager for quick success. Xiaohua said with a smile. He raised his hand and a 3-colored flame appeared between his middle finger. Inside the flame, there were 4 colors flowing. Xiaohua looked at the fire spot, and his eyes lit up. These are some wonderful things that Master has just obtained. Although they are not complete, they are enough for you to comprehend. If you can comprehend 30% of them, you will be able to control the heavenly book. Fu Jiwen hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Thank you, Master, for your help. Xiaohua waved his hand and the flame fell from the top of Fu Jiwen's head and entered his middle dantian. The true qi in Fu Jiwen's chest immediately became lively as if it had a life of its own. Get up! Xiaohua helped Fu Jiwen up and said, whether it's cultivation or doing things, remember that haste makes waste. Don't be too radical in the future. Yes, Master. Disciple doesn't dare anymore. Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. At this point, Fu Jiwen raised his head in surprise and asked, Master, someone is coming? Yes, it should be Tao sect cultivators. I wonder if they're heading to the fiend god blood pool? Or do they have ulterior motives? Xiao Hua replied indifferently. We'll wait here. Not long after, two cultivators in Taoist robes flew over together. The two of them were only in the gold core stage. When they flew close, their gazes fell on Xiao Hua and they were both stunned. Then, the two of them sped up and arrived in front of the flying car. They respectfully saluted and said, Junior Su Chuanping and Chen Zhua greet Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua was surprised to see the two of them recognize him, but there was nothing unusual on his face. He raised his hand and said, Get up, let's talk on the flying car. Thank you, Senior. As the two of them spoke, they did not dare to be negligent and boarded the flying car. They smiled and nodded at Fu Jiwen, who was driving the car and sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Hua. Su Chuanping glanced at Chen Zhua and said, Senior Xiao, Junior heard that in front of the Black Wind Ridge, Senior displayed his divine might and defeated the immortal general of the Immortal Palace. This has greatly increased the prestige of our Tao sect cultivators. After Junior heard this, I really wanted to fly to the Black Wind Ridge to witness Senior's might. Hee, how could it be as exaggerated as the legends say? Xiao Hua waved his hand and laughed. The real situation is far from what you think. Although I was able to escape unscathed, the Black Wind Ridge and the Jiang country were both destroyed by the Immortal Palace. I have been on tenterhooks for the past few days, afraid that the Immortal Palace will attack again. Senior is too modest. Chen Zhua laughed and said, Since Senior has defeated that true Lord Qingyuan, how could the Immortal Palace send any other immortal generals over? Wouldn't bullying the weak be laughed at by others? They flattened the Jiang country and the Black Wind Ridge, and barely had a fig leaf to cover their shame, so they could explain it to the Confucian cultivators. Yes, perhaps. Xiao Hua nodded, but I am indeed. Sigh, forget it. Let's not talk about the Black Wind Ridge anymore. Where are the two of you heading to? Su Chuanping blinked his eyes and laughed. Is there even a need to say? Naturally, we have the same goal as Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua asked with interest. Could it be that the two of you know where I am going? Su Chuanping laughed. We heard that the Chu family of the Jing state had sent out a hero's invitation, wanting to find a demon god's chest in the blood god's pool of gods and devils. Our cultivation realms are still shallow, so we cannot enter the eyes of the Chu family. However, the blood god's pool is a place of opportunity, so we came to take a look. As for Senior, if Junior's guess is correct, you must have received a hero's invitation to head to the blood god's pool. Or perhaps Senior did not receive the hero's invitation, and is heading to the blood god's pool this time to come into contact with the Jing state's Chu family? Of course, this is all just our wild guesses. If it's wrong, Senior, please don't be angry. Yes, your thoughts are more or less the same. Xiao Hua nodded. I have offended the Immortal Palace. Although the Immortal Palace might not have the time to take care of me right now, once they have the opportunity, they will definitely use thunderous methods to deal with me. I have no choice but to make preparations in advance. Senior is right. Since Senior was able to defeat true monarch Qingyuan, your cultivation has already surpassed the Immortal Palace's bottom line. Aristocratic families of the 3rd class and above might look down on Senior's strength, and aristocratic families of the 5th class and below would not dare to go against the Immortal Palace's orders. Since Senior does not want to be arrested by the Immortal Palace, it is appropriate for you to come into contact with the 4th class Chu family, Chen Zhua said with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled. He understood that Su Chuanping and Chen Zhua had misunderstood that he wanted to rely on the Chu family. However, he did not explain and asked again. During this time, I have been hiding from the Immortal Palace's pursuit, so information is somewhat blocked. I have a question to ask the two of you. Senior, please speak. Chen Zhua hurriedly said. Actually, I am a bit curious. Although Xiao Hua already had a plan in mind and knew that the matter of the blood god's pool was not as simple as Song Zixiong had said, he still wanted to hear Su Chuanping and Chen Zhua's opinions. Only then did he ask. The Divine Devil's Chess is only one of the 10 great imperial artifacts, and it is only ranked 5th. Why is the Chu family searching for it with such great fanfare? Especially since the Chu family is in Jing state. Isn't it a bit excessive for them to reach out to Gun state? Chapter 3878. This. Su Chuanping and Chen Zhua's faces were slightly awkward, but they immediately smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, we also feel that it's a bit strange. However, this is a matter of a scholarly family. We don't have much information, so it's hard to guess. Anyway, we only want to look for opportunities. If possible, it's best to form a good relationship with the Chu family. If we have any difficulties in the future, we can ask them for help. As for the strangeness of the matter, we really didn't think much about it." "That's true." Xiao Hua smiled. "This has nothing to do with us Taoism cultivators. Why should we care about it? Even if the Chu family occupies the immortal palace, it has nothing to do with us." Yes. Su Chuanping and Chen Zhua hurriedly nodded. "If that's the case, we Taoism cultivators might even be able to benefit from it." Fu Jiwen, who was waiting in front of the carriage, heard Xiao Hua's words and was moved. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Master, disciple faintly heard that the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent are respectively controlled by 100 scholarly families. Jing province and Gun province. Could it be that they're controlled by a scholarly family?" "That's right." Fu Jiwen's reminder immediately woke Xiao Hua up, and he transmitted his voice. "There are vague records in scholarly books. However, Jing province and Gun province aren't controlled by a scholarly family. Jing province belongs to the school of legalism, while Gun province belongs to the school of military. If I'm not mistaken, the Chu family belongs to the school of legalism, while Gun province should be controlled by the school of military of the immortal palace. For the Chu family to extend their hands to the god-fiend blood pool of military, I'm afraid there's something fishy that others don't know about." "Could it be?" Fu Jiwen was shocked. "The school of legalism wants to take advantage of the war between immortals and Buddhas to invade the immortal palace's power on the hidden immortal continent? How can a fourth-rate family be so daring?" Xiao Hua sneered. "There must be other scholarly families behind the Chu family." "For great families," Fu Jiwen blurted out. "Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong and Baiming." "It seems that Zhu Cheng was right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Maybe Zhu Cheng already saw through the secret, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be able to put my face down, so he sent me to the god-fiend blood pool. If I can make contact with the 4 great families, they'll definitely protect me. I won't have to be afraid of the immortal palace. But from another perspective, I've also become a pawn of the 4 great clans." "The 4 great clans? Are you planning to use the Confucian cultivators and Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent as chess pieces?" Seeing that Xiao Hua had his head lowered in thought, Chen Zhua thought for a moment and hurriedly said, "Junior received a piece of news before. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Chu family's actions in the blood pool of gods and devils." "Fellow Taoist, please speak." Xiao Hua raised his head and asked. "Actually, this isn't the first time the Chu clan has done something like this. When I was still a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I saw a nascent soul cultivator receive a command talisman from the Chu clan. The command talisman said that the Chu clan wanted this senior to go to a certain place to help. At that time, it wasn't as grand as it is now, but many Taoist cultivators knew about it. But for some reason, there was no news from that time. I don't know if this is related to the last time." "Command talisman?" Xiao Hua calmed down and smiled. "Have you seen that command talisman before?" "I have." Chen Zhua nodded and replied, "It's somewhat similar to the tiger talisman used by the secular world." "Is it this?" Xiao Hua took out the token Chu Muhuan gave him back then and asked. Chen Zhua glanced at it and smiled. Senior Xiao really received an invitation from the Jing province's Chu clan. "This item is exactly the same as the one I saw." "And?" Xiao Hua replied thoughtfully. "This token wasn't obtained by this old man recently. It was given to me by a Chu clan disciple a long time ago. Speaking of which, this old man owes him a favor. Actually, if fellow Taoist hadn't mentioned it, this old man wouldn't have thought that the token from that time had anything to do with this. With this token, we can meet the Chu clan's patriarch. This trip won't be in vain." Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping glanced at each other and hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands. "Senior Xiao, please, introduce us to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and gestured for the two to sit down. "It's fate that brought us together. Follow this old man to the fiend god blood pool. As for whether you can get anything good, it'll depend on your luck." "Master, the thunderstorm ahead has stopped." Should we continue? At this moment, Fu Jiwen asked from the front. Xiao Hua smiled. Of course we should. Although I don't know what the Chu clan has planned, the earlier we go, the more benefits we can get. Hee, senior is right. Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping smiled. Fu Jiwen urged the flying carriage to fly into the thunderstorm. However, Chen Zhua suddenly realized something. He looked at Fu Jiwen and asked in a low voice, Senior Xiao, is this your disciple? Xiao Hua understood Chen Zhua's misgivings and smiled. This old man has been conquered by the immortal palace. Who cares about their bullshit rules? Yes. Chen Zhua smiled and said. This junior knows. Actually, what this junior wants to ask is, why did senior accept a Confucian disciple? Oh, so fellow Taoist is asking about this. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and replied. This old man also knows a little about the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. This old man taught this disciple the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. Ah, Senior Xiao. Chen Zhua was surprised and his eyes flashed with envy. Su Chuanping said with a bit of jealousy. No wonder Senior was able to get the Chu clan's token. With Senior's identity as a dual Confucian cultivator, not to mention a fourth-rank aristocratic family, even a second-rank aristocratic family would welcome you. That's Senior Xiao. Chen Zhua said flatteringly. This one has been cultivating for so long, but I have never heard of a Taoist cultivator on the hidden immortal continent who is proficient in both Confucian and Taoist cultivation. After saying this, Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping saw that Xiao Hua was really amiable and approachable, so they hurriedly took this opportunity to ask him about the difficulties they faced in their cultivation. Xiao Hua just listened for a bit and knew that they had made mistakes in their cultivation. He then gave them pointers in their cultivation according to what the two said. Just as the two were immersed in listening, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. They saw a red haze in the distance, like a huge steamer, with red steam rising from the ground all the way to the sky. The area it covered was so large that even Xiao Hua's soul sense couldn't see the end of it. Master. Fu Jiwen stopped the flying carriage. He frowned and said in a low voice, the demonic god blood pool is in front of us. However, it seems a bit different from when this disciple first came here. Xiao Hua heard the explanation and withdrew his soul sense. He asked in a low voice, what's the difference? When this disciple first came to the Gun province, his cultivation wasn't very high, so he could only watch from afar. The demonic god blood pool didn't have so much blood mist above it. Even birds can't fly over it. The main reason is that there is no place to rest in the blood pool. Ordinary birds can't fly over it without rest. But now, the blood mist has covered an area of 10,000 miles. Even birds can't enter. Fu Jiwen looked into the distance and said carefully, also, this place is still some distance away from the blood pool, but the air is filled with a kind of evil aura. It smells like a sharp sword that can hurt people. Not only is it very sharp, but it also gives people the urge to kill. Young friend Fu is right. Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping had stood up long ago. Chen Zhua said, this demonic god blood pool has changed greatly. The area of the blood pool seems to have increased a bit. When I came here earlier, the edge of the blood pool seemed to still be inside. Su Chuanping nodded. It's probably the changes in the demonic god blood pool that attracted the attention of the Jing province's Chu clan. That's why they came here from so far away. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the steam-like blood mist. His soul sense couldn't see the entirety of the demonic god blood pool, nor could it penetrate into the blood mist. There seemed to be a strange restriction in the blood mist. This restriction seemed to have a life of its own. As it slowly changed, it also devoured Xiao Hua's soul sense. Xiao Hua didn't dare act rashly. Moreover, after arriving here, Xiao Hua had the same feeling as when he heard about the blood pool of gods and devils from Fu Jiwen. Xiao Hua's heart really did give birth to a faint feeling. This feeling was very familiar to Xiao Hua, but when he thought about it carefully, it was also unfamiliar. It seemed to be a kind of summoning, but also a kind of vigilance. It was really difficult to grasp. In particular, Xiao Hua was still some distance away from the fiend god blood pool. He could smell the scent of the netherworld blood sea. Things are getting more and more interesting. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think to himself. Who is it? Who dares to come to my Chu clan's forbidden area? Just when Xiao Hua wanted to order Fu Jiwen to fly down, a divine sense swept over. Then, several clear eyes techniques swept over at the same time. An arrogant voice immediately sounded in everyone's ears. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the source of the voice. Several sword lights streaked across the sky. Several third-grade essence energy Confucian scholars wearing tight clothes flew over from the distance. The one in front had a long and narrow face like a red date. He was standing on a fiery red flying sword. Fellow immortal. Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping naturally couldn't let Xiao Hua go out to answer. The two flew out of the flying car and bowed. I am Chen Zhua of Yangzhou's Sipping Mountain, Su Chuanping of Huiyu Villa. Behind I is Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao and his disciple. The four of us heard that the Chu clan was spreading the hero's invitation in the hidden immortal continent. We came here to help the Chu clan. Humph. The person in front stopped. The several Confucian scholars behind him also stopped their sword lights. The red-faced Confucian scholar coldly snorted and said, My Chu clan is spreading the hero's invitation in the hidden immortal continent. We naturally welcome capable heroes. However, we may not welcome crooked melons and split dates who want to take advantage of the situation. Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping's faces instantly turned red. The two of them only had a cultivation of gold core. They weren't much stronger than these people. However, looking at these third-grade essence energy Confucian scholars patrolling back and forth, even if the two of them could enter the God-Devil blood pool, what kind of advantage could they take? This Confucian scholar's words couldn't be considered wrong. Chapter 3879. Just when Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping didn't know how to answer. Humph, you're looking for a beating. Xiao Hua snorted coldly, and then whoo! A gust of wind suddenly swept between the two. You dare! The leading scholar suddenly cried out, and then pa! A loud slap was heard. Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping stared blankly as a blood-red palm print appeared on the scholar's face. How dare you! Behind the leading Confucian scholar, several other Confucian scholars shouted as they surrounded Xiao Hua's flying carriage with their sword lights. The other scholars thought that the red-faced scholar had been careless and had been ambushed, but the red-faced scholar understood very well. When he heard the other side's cold snort, he immediately urged his sword light to dodge, but a palm suddenly arrived in the gust of wind. That palm seemed to have blocked the entire world in front of him. Even if he wanted to dodge, he simply couldn't. The red-faced scholar stretched out his finger in surprise and cried out, You! He never thought that there would be such a powerful Taoist cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, who actually dared to slap him as soon as they met. But suddenly, the red-faced scholar thought of something and said in surprise, You're Xiao Hua? Blackwind Mountain's Xiao Hua? Taoist Master Xiao? The several Chu family disciples naturally weren't as short-sighted as Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping. Previously, they just didn't think that Xiao Hua would appear so magnanimously. Now that they heard the red-faced scholar's cry and carefully looked at Xiao Hua's appearance, how could they not know that this was the legendary Taoist Xiao Hua who swallowed 100,000 immortal soldiers in one gulp? After each of them cried out in surprise and attacked, they were at a loss. Fortunately, the red-faced scholar's reaction was quite sharp. He hurriedly turned his head and sternly swept a glance at the few people, then promptly bowed and said, Junior Chu Jing greets Taoist Master Xiao. Junior Chu Feng. How could the scholars surrounding Xiao Hua's flying carriage not know the pros and cons? They already understood Chu Jing's meaning and didn't dare to be negligent. They simultaneously bowed and said, Greetings Taoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua faintly nodded and asked, This old man can't be considered a hero. Now that this old man has come to the blood pool of gods and devils, can your Chu family welcome me? Of course. Hearing this, the fear in his heart unconsciously gradually disappeared. He hurriedly said with a smile, If Taoist Master Xiao can't be considered a hero, then no Taoist cultivator in the hidden immortal continent is a hero. My Chu family naturally welcomes Senior to participate in this event. Previously, this junior didn't recognize Taoist Master Xiao. To welcome, Taoist Master Taoist to wait a moment, Taoist for a moment, this junior to ask my Mai to personally to welcome the guest to welcome for you too. For he didn't, teat, to send a to send Taoist. To send, s to sends to send, Xiao Hua knew that his current identity was special, so he thought for a moment and nodded. Feel free to send a message. However, let me remind you that you shouldn't have any other thoughts. I'm not even afraid of 100,000 immortal soldiers, so a mere pool of fiend gods might not be able to stop me. Yes, this junior understands. Chu Jing bit his lips. He was helpless against Xiao Hua's threat. Taoist Master Qing Su and the others had already spread Xiao Hua's name to the extreme. Moreover, in these tens of thousands of years, apart from the Grand Mist ancestor who dared to face the Immortal Palace and the Leiyin Temple, the other Taoist cultivators were not as powerful as Xiao Hua. 100,000 immortal soldiers and Taoist Master Qing Yuan were actually defeated by Xiao Hua. If he wasn't a Taoist cultivator, everyone would think he was a great demon of the demon race. One had to admit, rumors and barbarian words were sometimes really scary. Chu Jing turned to look at the disciple who was about to send a message and said solemnly, Chu Feng, go back in person and report to Ancestor Master Chu. Ask him to come in person. Chu Feng was stunned. Seeing Chu Jing's expression, he immediately understood. He hurriedly saluted Xiao Hua respectfully and said, Taoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment. This junior will ask Ancestor Master to come and welcome me. Xiao Hua unhappily nodded in agreement. These words sounded nice, but in fact, he was asking the Chu family's Ancestor Master to decide whether or not he dared to let him enter the God-fiend blood pool. This Ancestor Master Chu Zhenjin was presumably a decisive figure in the God-fiend blood pool. Chu Feng hurriedly flew away. The Chu family disciples surrounding the flying car felt somewhat uneasy. Previously, they were prepared to besiege the flying car, but now they were scattered around Xiao Hua, this fiend. How could they not feel afraid? Chu Jing's eyes turned. He endured the cold sweat that involuntarily appeared on his back and said in a low voice, Senior, Chu Ming and the others still have to patrol. There's no harm in letting this junior accompany senior here. Go. Xiao Hua secretly laughed and waved his hand. The several people hurriedly bowed and saluted as if relieved of a heavy burden. Xiao Hua looked at their slightly panicked appearance and asked Chu Jing. The Chu family has sent out invitations to find the God-fiend chess in the God-fiend blood pool. I wonder when it will start? How many immortal friends have come here? Senior. When Chu Jing heard this, the sweat from before immediately appeared again. He said with a smile, This junior is only a low-level disciple of the Chu family. I came to the God-fiend blood pool to patrol. This junior really doesn't know what senior is talking about. When Chu Jing said this, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything, but Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping blushed with shame. They still wanted to come to the God-fiend blood pool to take advantage of it, but they didn't expect that. The Chu family's third-level origin energy disciples could only be reduced to patrol. What could they do here? Xiao Hua nodded and said, Since you don't know these things, you should know how big the God-fiend blood pool is now and what changes there are in the periphery, right? Yes, this junior naturally knows this. Chu Jing was originally a patrol. If he said that he didn't know this, it would be an excuse. Chu Jing naturally didn't dare and hurriedly replied. The God-fiend blood pool originally had a circumference of 10,000 li. Now that it has changed, it has expanded to 13,000 li. As for what the change is, this junior isn't too clear. However, this junior knows that the God-fiend blood pool's surroundings were originally sparsely populated, but now that it has expanded another 3,000 li, hundreds of thousands of people were included. These people all turned into white bones overnight. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock. So many living things? Yes, Chu Jing also lamented. Not only were so many commoners killed in one night, even my Chu family's disciples were caught off guard and lost many. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said meaningfully, So your Chu family has been paying attention to the God-fiend blood pool for a long time. Oh, senior misunderstood. Chu Jing was slightly stunned and immediately understood. He said with a smile, The God-fiend blood pool's change was only a matter of a month ago. At that time, my Chu family had already sent out invitations. A month ago? Xiao Hua frowned and seemed to have understood something in his heart. He then asked, Could it be the night of 100 ghosts? How did senior know? Chu Jing was shocked, but his shock wasn't because Xiao Hua accurately told him the time of the God-fiend blood pool's change, but because of a lingering fear. What's so difficult about that? Xueqi said with a faint smile. A month ago, wasn't it around the 15th of the 7th month? Do you think it's possible that it was the night of 100 ghosts?
Alas, it is indeed as Senior said.
Chu Jing sighed and said, when my Chu family came to the God-Fiend blood pool, the God-Fiend blood pool had indeed changed a bit, but it was definitely not as terrifying as we had expected. That night, the blood pool suddenly surged. Not to mention the martial uncles who were exploring the blood pool. Even the disciples who were patrolling around the God-Fiend blood pool suffered. Although this junior doesn't know exactly how many people of the Chu family died in the God-Fiend blood pool, among the disciples who were patrolling with this junior that night, 10 of them were swallowed by the blood mist. This junior watched as they turned into white bones. Even you Chu family disciples couldn't escape, let alone those pitiful commoners. Xueqi lowered his head and looked at the distant mountains and fields. Although there were still some beautiful outlines, there was an inexplicable dusk inside and it was gradually becoming barren. That's right. Chu Jing nodded. Those commoners probably didn't even wake up from their sleep before. Speaking of this, a coughing sound came from afar. Chu Jing hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look, only to see a burly middle-aged man in a tight suit. There was an indescribable melancholy between his eyebrows as he flew over absent-mindedly. On the other side of the demon god blood pool, several sword lights whistled and rushed to the front of the crowd. When the sword lights appeared, 3 middle-aged Confucian cultivators with 6th-level cultivation appeared. The one in front had a slightly bulging forehead and bright eyes. He stood in midair like a flying sword. Xueqi originally wanted to leave, but at this moment, a few Chu clan disciples were standing in the air. Although they weren't densely packed, they were clearly a kind of support. Seeing Chu Yang and Chu Jing standing with their hands behind their backs and faces full of respect, Xueqi knew that it wasn't a good time to leave, so he simply landed on the flying carriage and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He would wait for the Murong clan's large boat to land. The Murong clan's flying boat approached, and the surging aura became increasingly dense. This aura was like a mountain that covered the entire side of the demon god blood pool. Even Xueqi, who was sitting on the flying carriage, felt as if a large stone was pressing down on his heart. He couldn't breathe, not to mention the Chu clan disciples who were only 3rd-level cultivators. Each and every one of them trembled in midair, trying their best not to fall from the sky. Sigh, Xueqi frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. He knew that this was a kind of honor for the Murong clan, a first-grade aristocratic family, and a kind of top-down view for the Chu clan, a 4th-grade aristocratic family. I really don't know what the situation will be like when a first-grade aristocratic family's flying boat appears. Seeing that the flying boat had stopped, rosy clouds gushed out from both sides of the boat. The entire front of the flying boat began to turn transparent, and a few women dressed in palace attire holding musical instruments such as zither, chimes, and pipa flew out on colorful clouds. The 3 Confucian cultivators hurriedly went forward and bowed. Juniors Chu Zhenjin, Chu Hong, and Chu Pingjing greet Senior Murong. Juniors didn't know that Senior was coming, so we didn't greet you. We were really negligent. And get up. A very lazy voice came from the flying boat. This old man didn't greet Brother Yoji and came uninvited, so I can't blame you all. Senior, please know that our clan head didn't come to the demon god blood pool. The one in charge today is Martial Uncle Zhong Yu. Chu Zhenjin respectfully replied. So it's Brother Zhong Yu. That person still didn't show himself. This old man hasn't seen him for 40 years. As he spoke, 2 eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything fell from the flying boat. They swept through every part of the demon god blood pool faster than divine sense. Senior. Seeing this, Chu Zhenjin hurriedly smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhong Yu isn't here right now. According to the message, he will come in 10 days. If Senior is in a hurry, this junior will send a message to Martial Uncle. No need. Following this voice, a young man with a face as white as jade wearing a brocade robe and a jade crown appeared from the flying boat. This young man's face was covered in a layer of light purple divine light, making him look very luxurious. Following the young man was a tall woman. This woman wore a pink robe, And her face was also as white as jade with a faint red halo. Her bright eyes and white teeth made her look like a peach blossom from afar. This old man just happened to pass by and heard that the Chu clan was doing something in the demon god blood pool, so I came to take a look. I have no intention of disturbing the Chu clan, so there's no need to inform them. The young man's figure flew and landed in front of the flying boat. His eyes flashed with multicolored light as he looked at the demon god blood pool with interest. Yes, this junior understands, Chu Zhenjin replied in a low voice. He didn't dare say anything else and stood there respectfully. After a while, the young man raised his head and the light in his eyes disappeared. He looked at Chu Zhenjin and smiled. Your Chu clan is really generous. It seems, you've been paying attention to the demon god blood pool for a long time, right? This is just a small trick. Senior, please don't laugh at us. Chu Zhenjin smiled apologetically. Compared to the Murong clan, my Chu clan is really insignificant. Speaking of the demon god chess. The corner of the young man's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This old man has long heard of it. Now that I have the chance to see its true appearance, this old man can't help but want to stay and take a look. Chu Zhenjin's expression slightly changed, then he smiled and said, if Senior wants to take a look, we'll find the demon god chess in the demon god blood pool and report to the clan head. We'll definitely send the chess to Senior's residence. What? You don't want me to stay? The young man's expression became cold as if he was a bit angry. Chu Zhenjin hurriedly said, of course not. Senior misunderstood. Senior is a void refinement and heavenly fusion grandmaster. The demon god blood pool is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den in our eyes, but in your eyes, it's only a blood field. My Chu clan can't wait to welcome Senior's help. How could we not want Senior to stay? Actually, if we knew Senior would come, why would our Chu clan spend so much effort to send out invitations on the hidden immortal continent? Haha. The young man laughed and pointed at Chu Zhenjin. You little child, what kind of person do you think this old man is? How could I compete with you juniors for the demon god chess? If I make a move, won't Chu Yun scold me to death in the future? Fine, fine, fine. Since the demon god blood pool is so heavily guarded, I can't even see what's going on. Why would I stay here? Seventh granduncle. Just as the young man waved his sleeves and was about to turn around, the woman beside him said in a low voice, Yun wants to stay here and watch the show. The woman's voice wasn't loud, but no one in the sky dared to make a ruckus. Although Xiao Hua wasn't close, he could still hear everything clearly. Isn't this Murong Tsong Yun that he saw in Star Picking Tower a long time ago? What's there to see here? The young man was a bit shocked and asked curiously, it's just some blood and devil chi. Now there's also some underworld yin chi. It's true that there are ghosts in this place, but how could there be a demon god chess? Moreover, if there was a demon god chess, how could it be our Chu clan's turn? Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun pulled the young man's sleeve and said coquettishly, Yun cultivated to the master realm with great difficulty. If I go back this time, father will definitely make Yun go into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of chi refinement and spirit return. In the future, I won't be able to go out so easily. Just agree to Yun. No. The young man decisively refused and said indifferently, if it was somewhere else, this old man would agree. But this place is a place where 10,000 years of Yin spirits have settled down. The Yin chi and evil chi are very heavy. It's not appropriate for a little girl like you to stay here. Not only will it affect your newly cultivated realm, it will also be detrimental to your future cultivation. Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun still didn't give up and begged, if you're worried, can't you leave 2 martial uncles to accompany Yun-er? Moreover, Yun-er has old friends here. He nodded and said, yes, Junior is that Xiao Hua. The young man didn't say anything. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and bent his 5 fingers. The awe-inspiring qi in the vicinity of several li was suddenly sucked out. Even in Xiao Hua's eyes, all the brilliance and scenery within a dozen li were grasped by the young man's hand. Woo! Following a muffled sound that sounded like a water buffalo mooing, the young man's fist instantly streaked across the air and hit Xiao Hua's chest. Not good. Xiao Hua felt an indescribable suffocation. He even felt a flash of light and shadow. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The Zhen Yuan in his body instantly surged and his entire body rapidly retreated. Xiao Hua was originally an expert in escape techniques. Even if he encountered an opponent of a higher level, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Xiao Hua's wind escape technique could also be considered to have reached the middle level. However, the young man's fist was really too fast. Xiao Hua's body had just moved when the fist had already hit Xiao Hua's body. A huge force was transmitted from the fist. A seemingly endless awe-inspiring qi also violently rushed into Xiao Hua's body. The protective Zhen qi around Xiao Hua's body was shattered. Xiao Hua's figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. However, although the awe-inspiring qi was powerful and the awe-inspiring crystal threads were sharp, they only rushed into Xiao Hua's body for a few inches. They were immediately blocked by Xiao Hua's powerful body. What was special was that when Xiao Hua activated the sword qi around his body, the sword qi rushed out from the surface of his body. The awe-inspiring qi that could destroy a mountain peak was also blocked by Xiao Hua's sword qi. Damn it, too fast! Xiao Hua's body flashed with intense brilliance. His figure fell rapidly, but he was still amazed in his heart. Not to mention this distance of several zhang, even if it was a few li, his fist would still arrive in a flash. The literary sage is really the literary sage. Xiao Hua was like a meteorite. Not only was there a brilliance around his body, but there was also a strange whistling sound. There was even some mist faintly coming out from the brilliance. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's figure crashed into the ground. The entire ground shook violently, and a deep pit of several zhang in size appeared on the ground. Seeing that Xiao Hua was hit by him without any power to fight back and crashed into the ground as he expected, the young man's expression didn't change. However, after a moment, the sword qi on Xiao Hua's body was like a hedgehog, dissolving his power. Even under the clear eyes technique, he didn't see Xiao Hua injured. The young man couldn't help but be surprised. He whispered, "Huh? This little kid is a bit strange." Seventh Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun saw the young man make a move and was slightly startled. She hurriedly whispered, "Xiao Hua is just..." Before she could finish speaking, shua. Like a gust of wind, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly flew out from the ground and landed in front of her. Although he looked a bit embarrassed, it was enough to shock Murong Tsongyun. You're actually fine?" Murong Tsongyun asked in surprise. He hurriedly checked Xiao Hua's injuries. "Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Xiao Hua bowed to the young man and then nodded to Murong Tsongyun with a smile. "Many thanks for Miss Murong's concern. Senior Murong only wanted to test my strength. If he really wanted to make a move, how could I be here talking to Miss?" The young man saw that Xiao Hua was so relaxed and narrowed his eyes. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "Black Wind Mountain's Xiao Hua actually knows the sword qi of us Confucian cultivators. This is not only beyond this old man's expectations, but also beyond the Immortal Palace's expectations." Xiao Hua smiled and took advantage of the situation to respectfully say, "It's not that Junior didn't want to reveal my Confucian cultivation, it's just that the Immortal Palace is too overbearing. They didn't give Junior a chance to speak at all. Not only did they set up an inescapable net, they even clamored for Junior to cripple his own cultivation and accept his punishment with the Immortal Palace. If it was a powerful expert like Senior, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to resist. But facing the immortal generals of the Immortal Palace, how could Junior just stand there and wait to be captured? Before Junior could use the sword qi of Confucian cultivators, they collapsed. Even if Junior wanted to let the Immortal Palace know that Junior has the sword qi of Confucian cultivators, I'm afraid Junior doesn't have the chance. Haha. Little child, you're right. The young man laughed. The Immortal Palace is used to being bossy and domineering. How could they talk to you nicely? Since you can take a punch from this old man and come out unscathed, that bullshit true monarch Qing Yuan is nothing more than a loyal lackey of the Immortal Emperor. Speaking of strength, how could he be your opponent? Xiao Hua modestly said, "Junior is just a lonely duckweed in the hidden Immortal Continent. How could Junior dare to compare with the great general of the Sun Palace?" "Forget it. This old man is Murong Jiang. Remember this." The young man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Nowadays, it's rare to have a cultivator like you who's proficient in both Taoism and Confucianism on the hidden Immortal Continent. Today, I have something to do, so I won't stay here for long. When Yun returns to the Morong family, you can come with him. This old man is very optimistic about you. Is that so? Xiao Hua's face lit up.
He bowed and said, Junior thanks Senior Morong. Haha.
While Morong Jiang was laughing, his figure flashed in the air. While his voice and smiling face were still in the air, Morong Jiang's figure had already landed on the big boat. Looking at the palace maid and the boy who flew out earlier, they once again played their musical instruments and flew towards the big boat. Seeing that everyone from the Morong family had boarded the big boat, leaving only Morong Tsongyun behind, Xiao Hua understood that this was Morong Jiang's real test for him. If he could protect Morong Tsongyun in the blood pool of gods and devils, he would be able to obtain the protection of the Morong family. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that Morong Tsongyun's face slightly changed. When he saluted the big boat, his lips actually moved slightly, as if he was sending a sound transmission. If Xiao Hua wasn't very close to Morong Tsongyun, he might not have noticed this change in expression. Sure enough, after Morong Tsongyun saluted, another figure flew down from the big boat. It was an old man. 14th uncle. Morong Tsongyun greeted with a smile. Thank you for accompanying Yun here. Humph. You only know how to cause trouble. The old man glared at Morong Tsongyun as if he was scolding him. However, his expression didn't seem like one. Xiao Hua helplessly saluted again and said, Junior Xiao Hua greet Senior. And get up. This old man is Morong Junpeng. I am Yun's uncle. After the old man finished scolding Morong Tsongyun, he turned to Xiao Hua and said, This old man has also heard of nephew Zhao's fame of killing the immortal soldiers of the immortal palace. It is indeed satisfying. Chapter 3882. Morong Junpeng looked around and activated the paperweight to open the door. He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. If nephew Xiao doesn't mind, why don't you come with us? This old man may have some matters to discuss with you. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Although Senior Morong asked me to protect Miss Morong, with Senior here, there is no need for me to do anything. I will ask the Chu family to set up a small pavilion. If Senior needs anything, feel free to inform me. And Morong Junpeng didn't force him. He glanced at Morong Tsongyun and flew into the pavilion. Morong Tsongyun smiled sweetly at Xiao Hua and also flew in. Soon after, Xiao Hua called over 2 Chu clan disciples and also set up a small pavilion. Then he also flew inside. This was a very exquisite pavilion, no different from the usual ones. However, there were faint flashes of dark clouds everywhere in this pavilion, and inscriptions were faintly discernible. Xiao Hua sat in the main hall and looked around. He didn't find anything strange, but he still cautiously took out a jade talisman and set up a simple formation. He then sat on a chair and frowned. Master. After a while, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, Do you really want the Morong family's protection? If not, you must tell them as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Fu Jiwen knew that his master's cultivation was unfathomable, but sometimes he didn't understand the rules of the hidden immortal continent, so he reminded him in a low voice. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to rely on the Morong family? Do I need to rely on the Morong family? That's true. Fu Jiwen nodded, but master, if you don't plan to do so, you must tell Morong Tsongyun as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Morong family misunderstands, it will be difficult for master. The immortal palace is in charge of Confucian affairs, so they might not put master in their eyes, but the Morong family won't. If they get angry, they will definitely keep an eye on master. Not only will it be difficult for master to continue cultivating, the Fortune Gates matters will also be leaked. At that time, it will be a disaster. AI. Do you think master is willing? Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This Morong family suddenly appeared, and Morong Tsongyun also recognized master's Pegasus. Who knows what she was thinking, insisting on master staying behind. Especially that Morong Jiang. The moment they met, he immediately tried to probe. He was a 7th level Origin Energy Grandmaster, half a step away from becoming a sage of literature. Since master wanted to form alliances, he naturally had to make friends with such an expert. But who would have thought that? He would actually want me to follow Murong Tsongyun back to the Murong family. This kind of obvious solicitation. I don't dare to reject him in front of his face. Looks like we can only take one step at a time. Of course, Fu Jiwen also knew Xiaohua's awkwardness, so he smiled and said, maybe Martial Uncle Murong has a good impression of Master. Tisk, would you even believe what you just said? Xiaohua sneered, you're just a little son of the Fu family, yet you have to think for the Fu family. Murong Tsongyun's marriage is something she can decide on her own? Hee, that's true. Fu Jiwen smiled cheekily. Why don't we elope? Since Master has already offended the Immortal Palace, there's no need to be afraid of offending the Murong family. Wouldn't it be easy to leave the hidden immortal continent and fly away together? Pa! Xiaohua angrily hit Fu Jiwen's head and scolded. Why don't you elope with Bian? It's not that Disciple doesn't want to. But Disciple doesn't have the ability to attract bees and butterflies. Just seeing Disciple once is enough to make people think of Disciple.
Fu Jiwen replied in a serious manner, but his words were not serious at all.
Xiaohua angrily said, how can there be such a shameless disciple who dares to talk to Master like that? Do you still want to cultivate or not?
Yes, Disciple was wrong.
Fu Jiwen hurriedly pulled a long face. Humph, you still know that you were wrong? Xiaohua was even more annoyed. He coldly snorted and said, do you think that Murong Tsongyun calling me Master is a good thing? Why do I feel that there's something strange about it?
Yes, Disciple also thinks so.
Fu Jiwen obviously didn't see the change in Murong Tsongyun's expression. He was just being perfunctory. No, how can Master allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? It's better to take the initiative. Xiaohua promptly stood up from his seat and said, Master is going out for a walk. Are you coming with Master? Or do you want to return to the Kunlun Mirror to cultivate? Disciple is naturally willing to return to the Kunlun Mirror to cultivate. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Although Disciple's cultivation is higher than Lu Yi and the others, these junior brothers are all abnormal. Disciple also wants to make the best use of his time. Xiaohua knew that his disciples were all gifted. Not to mention that Wu Tian was stronger than Fu Jiwen. Even Chong Yuan and Yu Zhongquan's cultivation wasn't too far off from Fu Jiwen's. Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, and Yuan Ye couldn't compare to Fu Jiwen, but the three of them had endless potential. Now, they were like dragons trapped in the sea. Their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. As long as Fu Jiwen slacked off, in less than 100 years, the three of them would surpass Fu Jiwen. Forget it. Go back and cultivate. Xiaohua said with a smile. This place is indeed dangerous. Wait for Master to go out and call you out. After sending Fu Jiwen back to the space, Xiaohua walked out of the pavilion and called the disciples of the Chu family to ask them. After confirming that there were no obstructions within the restriction, he slowly flew towards the demonic god's blood pool. After flying for a while, Xiaohua stopped in midair. The closer he got to the demonic god's blood pool, the more powerful the pressure on his mind became. The feeling that originally attracted Xiaohua gradually weakened. The blood sea that was only 10,000 li away seemed to be endless under this pressure. A feeling of being an ant involuntarily emerged in his heart. What is this blood sea? Looking at the engraved blood traces that were constantly changing, Xiaohua knew that the raging waves in the blood sea were far from what he had imagined. Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder, if it's the Netherworld's blood sea, then it doesn't have the Netherworld's qi. If it's something from the demon realm, then it also doesn't have the demon realm's qi. However, whether it's the Netherworld's qi or the demon realm's qi, this Xiao should be able to sense it. In particular, according to the disciples of the Chu family, the demonic god's blood pool had a strange change a month ago because of the 100 Ghosts parade. If I say that it has nothing to do with the Netherworld's qi, who would believe me? Thinking, Xiaohua urged his figure to fly along the edge of the demonic god's blood pool, then continued to fly forward. Within the Chu family's barrier, there were many pavilions, but the demonic god's blood pool's aura was very strong, so there weren't many cultivators moving around within the barrier. Even if there were some Confucian cultivators who came out to explore like Xiaohua, when these people saw Xiaohua, they all avoided him and were unwilling to meet face to face with him. After flying for a while, Xiaohua saw that there really wasn't anything special. The barrier of the demonic god's blood pool was very firm and he couldn't see any flaws. Just as he was about to return, on a protruding cliff, Xueqi saw an unfamiliar person sitting there blankly, staring at the demonic god's blood pool in front of him. He didn't know what he was thinking. Wasn't this person the head deacon Xueqi who had greeted Xueqi before? Xueqi looked around and didn't see any disciples of the Chu family. There weren't even any pavilions in the surroundings. Xueqi followed Xueqi's gaze and stared at the demonic god's blood pool for a long time, but he still didn't see any clues. After thinking for a while, Xueqi flew up the cliff and stood on the left side. He cupped his hands and said, "Immortal friend Chu, this Xiao greets you." Who would have thought that Xueqi didn't seem to hear him and only looked at the demonic god's blood pool without replying. Xueqi also felt strange, so he simply stood there and looked at the demonic god's blood pool. The waves of blood in the demonic god's blood pool were still the same as before, wantonly fluttering and swaying at will, without any rules or direction. Strands of black flames that suddenly appeared also didn't have any fixed trajectory. They suddenly appeared along with the waves of blood, then were extinguished by the waves of blood. One after another, they seemed to be endless. Perhaps after half an hour, Xueqi suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Do you think this demonic god's blood pool is living happily?" "What?" Xueqi was stunned. He almost doubted his own ears and blurted out this question. This black chi wave is obviously different from the demonic god's blood pool, so why did it desperately appear and mix with the demonic god's blood pool? In just a few breaths, the demonic god's blood pool was extinguished and disappeared. You say, in this short period of time, what do you think it wants? Xueqi touched his nose and asked very strangely, "This Xiao isn't a demonic god's blood pool, nor is it black chi. I'm afraid it's not easy to guess what they're thinking. If you want to know, you can go in and ask." You're right. Chapter 3883. I live so that some people can live better lives. Xueqi said word by word, "My life was saved by the person I love, and also by the person who cares about me. I live so that I won't let their deaths down. If I live, they will have a chance to live. If I die, they won't live either. If I live, I can let more people live, let them see the sun tomorrow, let them eat food to fill their stomachs." You live really nobly, really great. Xueqi's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. I don't know how many sanctimonious people have said these words. But after these people said these words, they turned around and did something that angered both men and gods, and did something that offended the heavens and reason. Maybe others do. But I don't. Although Xueqi didn't know why Xueqi said this, he still answered sincerely, "If you just think like this, what sunlight is there in this world? What is there to be reluctant to leave in this world? Yes, I just feel that there is nothing in this world to be reluctant to leave." Xueqi nodded, and looked at Xueqi again. "It can't be." Xueqi stared blankly, sizing up Xueqi from head to toe. He didn't quite understand. No matter what, this Xueqi was still a grandmaster who was around the 4th level of elemental energy. Since he had cultivated to such a level, how could he have such an outrageous idea? What Immortal Chu said is really ridiculous. Xueqi said with a smile. Since the day we started cultivating, we were under the control of Confucian cultivators. Every time we made some progress in cultivation, we would be persecuted by Confucian cultivators. We went through a lot of trouble to cultivate to the Yuanying level, but in the end, we were still killed by the Immortal Palace. We didn't even complain about such a tragic fate. Every day, we had to work hard to gather energy into our bodies, refine our meridians, and raise our babies. Immortal Xueqi was born in a Confucian family, and you had cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and Confucian classics. You were more than 100 times more fortunate than us Taoist cultivators. What are you doubting? My pain isn't your pain. How do you know? Xueqi replied indifferently. These words made Xueqi choke. However, Xueqi thought for a moment and still said, "A mayfly's life is born at sunrise and dies at sunset. Although it's short, it's still a walk in the world. Since one would leave a mark in this world, then the 6 paths reincarnation would surely record it as well. I might not know what a mayfly can do in its lifetime, but since humans can live longer than mayflies, why can't humans do more? People of the secular world gave birth to children, opened up wastelands, and farmed. They were either mediocre, or their names were passed down through the ages. They were still alive. Being alive might not have any meaning, but if they were not alive, then there was no meaning at all. Since we can set foot on the path of cultivation and become cultivators, let alone Confucian cultivators, Taoist sects, and Buddhist sects, they all have their own divine abilities. These divine abilities are not for showing off, but to let us live better, to let us use these divine abilities, to let others live better. Although Xiao Hua's eloquence was not as good as Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's or Buddha Bodhi's, he was still able to talk non-stop. However, no matter how much Xiao Hua said, Chuyang was still indifferent. He looked at the blood waves indifferently and did not say another word. Forget it. Xiao Hua said a lot and felt his mouth and tongue dry. He stopped and said, I'm afraid it's not easy for me to explain this profound truth of life. If fate allows it in the future, I'll ask a senior monk of Buddhist sects to explain it to you. No need. Chuyang did not turn his head and said in a low voice, In my life, other than my parents who patiently explained these things to me, no one else could explain this question so deeply. It's not a coincidence that you could cultivate to such a level. Moreover, I also believe that your future prospects are incomparably brilliant. While they were talking, a palm-sized flying crane landed from a distance and stopped right next to Xiao Hua. Chuyang turned his head and looked at the lilies on the flying crane. He said, Miss Murong is calling you. You should go quickly. If you're interested, come here 3 days later at this time. I'll tell you some secrets. Xiao Hua grabbed the flying crane and opened it to take a look. He nodded and said, I'll definitely come at that time. Xiao Hua flew away. Chuyang still did not move. He stood there like a senior monk meditating. There are strange people every year, but there are especially many this year. Xiao Hua laughed secretly while flying. If this question was asked by a 10 or 20-year-old youth, it would be understandable. This Chuyang has lived for who knows how many years. Why is he still distressed over this? This is really unimaginable. Could it be that this Chuyang has some unknown pain in secret? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua unconsciously looked forward to the appointment 3 days later. The palace that Murong Junpeng and Murong Tsongyun were in was very eye-catching. Xiao Hua found it without much effort. After entering the palace, he found out that the Chu family had sent the Jade Eye Scroll over while he was away. Inside it was a detailed record of the plan to find the demon god chess in the demonic god blood pool. Of course, there were some details, but all of them were just guesses. They could only be used as a reference. Xiao Hua removed the jade eyes from his forehead and handed it back to Murong Tsongyun. He said, When I came here before, I had some thoughts. But since Senior Murong has entrusted me with this task, I will definitely put Miss Murong's safety first. I don't care about these details. Haha, Xiao Hua. Murong Junpeng was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's words. He smiled and said, This time, the Chu clan is looking for the demon chess in the god and devil blood pool with great fanfare. Not to mention that the demon chess is only an imperial weapon, it can at most be considered one of the top 10 imperial weapons. And these 10 imperial weapons are nothing but a joke in the eyes of scholarly cultivator clans like us. Therefore, there are many scholarly cultivators coming to the god and devil blood pool, but there are very few 4th class and above disciples. 7th granduncle came here purely out of curiosity. He didn't have any intention of interfering. Yun didn't stay here to cause trouble. Rather, 7th granduncle found something strange after looking at the god and devil blood pool, so he let Yun stay. Of course, 7th granduncle also saw that your skills were extraordinary, so he took advantage of the situation to let you protect Yun. Therefore, although these details aren't important, we still have to pay attention to them and carefully deal with them. Only then can we expose the Chu clan's cover-up. Xiao Hua was shocked. He finally understood the change in expression on Murong Tsongyun's face. There were so many secrets behind this. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and said, Senior, isn't this forcing a duck onto a perch? Junior really didn't think so much. Since Senior Murong wants to investigate, why don't you sneak into the god and devil blood pool and take a look? Making us come. How can it be as convenient as him? You think 7th granduncle doesn't want to? You think I'm willing to take the risk? Murong Tsongyun curled his lips and said, This god and devil blood pool is now covered by the Chu clan's formation. If 7th granduncle enters, he will inevitably be discovered by the Chu clan. Moreover, the god and devil blood pool itself is extremely powerful. Even with 7th granduncle's ability, he doesn't dare to take the risk. 7th granduncle saw that your Taoist body tempering technique is very powerful, so he let you stay here with the excuse of protecting me. Protecting me is secondary. Finding out the truth is the most important.
Xiao Hua's mouth was somewhat bitter.
He had guessed a lot before, but he didn't expect that the reality was even more bizarre than his guesses. The Chu clan's true goal of finding treasures in the god and devil blood pool was far from what he could achieve. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua said, "Sigh, Senior Murong really thinks too highly of me. Although I'm a Taoist body cultivator, how can it be compared to Senior's void fusion stage subbody?" Yun already told 7th granduncle about this situation. Otherwise, 7th granduncle wouldn't have let me come. Murong Junpeng said with a smile. What 7th granduncle means is that you just have to do your best. Regardless of success or failure, this is a merit. 7th granduncle can also speak up for you in front of the clan head. After all, this risks offending the immortal palace. 7th granduncle can't just casually make a decision. All right, this junior understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Let's discuss the details of the jade eyes again. It might not be completely foolproof. Good. Murong Junpeng said with a smile. That's how it should be. Then, Murong Tsongyun placed the jade eyes on Ruyu's forehead and carefully read the details inside. Murong Junpeng also combined what he knew and slowly added. Unknowingly, 3 days passed by very quickly. Seeing that the details of this treasure hunt were correct, even if the Chu clan made any strange movements, they would be able to calmly deal with it. Xiao Hua stood up and said, "At this point, we should still go and take a look." If it's inconvenient for the two of you, I'll go myself.
And this old man has the same idea.
Murong Junpeng said with a smile. Once we go out, the Chu clan will definitely have spies following us. They won't be able to find anything.
It's better for this old man to go.
I'll definitely report everything that fellow immortal Xiao has done to 7th granduncle. Murong Tsongyun looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, however, you have to be careful. I still want you to accompany me back to Murong Mountain Manor. The beautiful woman smiled beautifully.
If true feelings entered the eyes, the beautiful woman was concerned.
If true feelings enter the heart, Xiao Hua's heart swayed. He said loudly, Jin Xiao, don't worry. I'll definitely bring you back to Murong Mountain Manor safely. I believe in you. Murong Tsongyun faintly smiled and sent Xiao Hua out of the hall. However, just as Xiao Hua left, Murong Junpeng activated the origin formation in the hall and said faintly, Yuner, you shouldn't have pulled Xiao Hua in. I feel that this Xiao Hua is a bit strange. I'm afraid it will have some effect on your test this time. 14th granduncle. Can you blame Yuner? Murong Tsongyun sneered and said, the clan only sent 2 uncles to protect Yun-er. Yun-er can't guarantee that he will be able to escape unscathed from such a powerful demonic god blood pool. Yun-er only saw a Taoist cultivator and felt that he was somewhat useful, so I wanted to borrow some external strength. In the end, 7th granduncle immediately sent 14th granduncle alone. Now, even if Xiao Hua is a bit strange, what can this boy do? But until 30 years ago, when the sword energy in my dantian started to show signs of going out of control, I suddenly realized that the life and death talisman wasn't a perfect technique. At the end of cultivation, the sword energy would eventually break free from my control, and my entire body would be engulfed by this sword energy. The so-called life and death talisman is a talisman that turns life into death. It's a secret technique that uses the body to refine talismans. Xiao Hua, up until now, do you know the despair and disappointment in my heart? Even if it's God, he won't let me live a good life. He's so biased towards that evil person, so jealous of good people. In this world, is there still justice? Is there still fairness? This Xiao Hua was really speechless. All the comforting words in front of Chu Yang's bitter experience were pale and powerless, and turned into mere words. Perhaps this Xiao can help you perfect your technique. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and then suggested in a low voice. If it was 30 years ago, this Chu might have listened to these words. Chu Yang sighed and said, but 30 years later, these words are meaningless. Not to mention that this sword energy is getting harder and harder to control. This Chu's doubts are enough to crush this Chu. However, this Chu still wants to thank you, Xiao Hua. You're the first person in this world to hear this Chu's inner thoughts. Now that this Chu has said these words, I don't have any trace of attachment. This Chu has countless regrets in this life, countless doubts, but at the last moment, I don't have any more regrets. This Chu is very gratified. Hee hee. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, can you tell this Xiao who your enemy is? Perhaps this Xiao can join hands with you to kill him?
Haha, if these words came from Murong Zhang's mouth, this Chu would believe it, but if it came from you, how can this Chu believe it? Chu Yang laughed and said, but who is this person?
You should have seen him before. He has a sanctimonious face. Other than me, who would know what kind of outrageous things he has done in the past? I've seen him before? Xiao Hua was stunned, and immediately realized. He asked curiously, could it be that you're talking about Chu Zhenjin? Haha, right. Chu Zhenjin is such an unyielding name. Why is it occupied by such a villain? Why can't this name make him do some righteous things? Chu Yang laughed, then stood up, and looked around without any reluctance. He said again, this kind of person lives freely in this world. How can there be a way for us to live in this world? Forget it. After persisting for thousands of years, in the end, I still have to walk this path. I only hope that the 6 paths of reincarnation that Buddhism talks about really exists. This Chu doesn't want to be a human after reincarnation. As he spoke, the sword light around Chu Yang's body uncontrollably rushed out, and his whole body rushed towards the distant devil god blood pool. Sigh, this is really inexplicable. Xiao Hua looked at Chu Yang's flying figure. He was at a complete loss. He and Chu Yang were neither relatives nor friends. But Chu Yang had said so many strange things in front of him. And he wanted to commit suicide in front of him. This was one of the most inexplicable things that Xiao Hua had ever encountered in his life. However, seeing Chu Yang rush into the restriction, Xiao Hua couldn't help but raise his hand to grab, and instantly imprisoned the space around Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang's cultivation was at the 5th level of essence energy, if he wanted to commit suicide in front of Xiao Hua, it was still somewhat difficult. Buzz buzz. Just when Xiao Hua was about to confine the space, a rumbling sound suddenly came from Chu Yang's chest. A bowl-sized Buddha's light was emitted from the source of the sound. You want to destroy my Chu family's search for the God-fiend chess? If you don't give me an explanation today. Xiao Hua, what's going on? The commotion here had already alarmed everyone. Everyone flew out from the pavilion. Murong Tsongyun's anxious voice came from afar. You. Could it be that you, seeing that the blood wave had already rushed out of the barrier, Chu Zhenjing didn't hurry to reinforce the barrier or take the next step? Instead, he put the possible blame on himself. Xiao Hua already understood that what Chu Zhenjing said might not be false. A person's character was not easy to change. Chu Zhenjing was this kind of person who only knew how to shirk responsibility. Xiao Hua looked at the aggressive Chu Zhenjing and said to Murong Tsongyun, who flew over, Miss Murong, this matter has nothing to do with me. This is Chu family's matter. We'll talk about the details after the situation stabilizes. The most important thing now is to protect this barrier. Chu Zhenjing. Murong Junpeng was beside Murong Tsongyun.
Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he shouted loudly. Xiao Hua is now a member of my Murong manor.
My Murong family can take responsibility for his actions. Now that the barrier has changed, why aren't you hurrying to deal with it?
Humph, with Murong manor's words, I'm relieved.
Chu Zhenjing snorted coldly and said,
Your Murong manor must give my Chu family an explanation for this matter. Then, Chu Zhenjin proudly looked at Xiaohua and coldly said, although this evil Taoist has evil intentions, his cultivation is still very shallow. With his little tricks, how could he possibly break my Chu family's restriction formation? Just as Chu Zhenjing said this, he heard the sound of 10,000 horses galloping in the gradually closing barrier. Moreover, indescribable groans and growls were unceasingly heard. Just as this sound fell into Xiaohua's ears, a kind of blood-red dusk, desolate color, and an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Battle of gods and devils?
Xiaohua's complexion suddenly changed.
He thought in surprise, could it be that there's really a god and devil chess in this god and devil blood pool?
Not good. This was already the second time Chu Zhenjing trembled.
He couldn't help but look at Xiaohua and roar, "You!
What did you do?"
Xiaohua coldly looked at the sanctimonious thing and said, "My cultivation is very shallow, what can I do? Besides, why did I come to the god and devil blood pool? Senior Chu's heart is as clear as a mirror. Why did I make myself uncomfortable for no reason? If Senior Chu wants to find the reason, it's better to settle the matter here first before talking about it." Murong Junpeng naturally sensed the might of the demonic god blood pool. Although most of the Chu family's barrier had been mended, within the glass-like barrier, the waves of blood that were originally like ocean waves were now even more devastating than a stormy sea. The berserk aura could no longer be concealed by the barrier, and a feeling of apocalypse arose in the hearts of all the spectators.
"Brother Chu!"
Murong Junpeng hurriedly shouted. "There's no time to lose. Quickly act according to the plan in the jade eyes."
But Uncle Zhong Yu hasn't arrived yet.
This timing.
Chu Zhenjing was somewhat flustered and replied in a low voice.
"Adapt according to the situation. It's already at this juncture, how can you think so much?" Murong Tsongyun couldn't help but shout. All the plans of the Chu family are clearly explained in the jade eyes.
Now, it's just that the time has been brought forward. It's not a rushed response. Senior can send out a signal and quickly inform Senior Zhong Yu. This responsibility? Chu Zhenjing slightly bit his lips. He still couldn't make a decision.
Xiaohua smiled. He already firmly believed in Chu Yang's encounter. Perhaps Chu Yang was hiding something from him, but Chu Yang definitely didn't have the intention to deceive him. Or perhaps Chu Yang himself was deceived by others.
Buddhist sect?
Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Buddhist light in front of Chu Yang's chest. But before Xiaohua could speak, Murong Tsongyun glanced at Murong Junpeng and shouted, "Senior, this junior can bear this responsibility. You don't need to worry, you can give the order now." Xiaohua was once again surprised by the strange scene in front of him. Murong Tsongyun was a junior. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't say such words in front of Murong Junpeng. But Murong Junpeng didn't hear anything strange. Even Chu Zhenjing felt that it was normal. Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly ponder, "Damn it, in this. Could it be that there's a secret that I don't know?"
"All right."
Chu Zhenjing looked at Murong Tsongyun's determined appearance and nodded. "Since Miss Murong said so, this old man will listen to Miss Murong." Chu Zhenjing pushed his responsibility to Murong Tsongyun. But not only was Murong Tsongyun not displeased, he was even eager to give it a try. He urged, "Senior, quickly give the order. If it's late, it will be troublesome." Seeing this, Chu Zhenjing didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and took out a small sword the size of a palm. Sword energy spurted out from his mouth. That small sword emitted a clear cry and flew into the distance. A strange sword cry was mixed with an indescribable fluctuation. Even when the sword light flew, a hazy figure was revealed in the entire barrier.
Chapter 3886. Senior Chu.
When Murong Tsongyun saw the signal, the anxiety on his face lessened. He urged, "Junior has already seen the plan in the Jade Eye. Junior will go with 14th uncle to the place we agreed on. Senior should also quickly arrange for the Chu family disciples to act according to the plan. AI, since things have reached this point, we can only do this." Chu Zhenjin sighed and fiercely glared at Xiaohua.
His figure turned into a sword and disappeared. Xiaohua. Murong Junpeng couldn't help but ask, "What is going on?" Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Junior has fallen into the Buddhist sect's trap. However, I'm afraid there's no time to talk about it. Buddhist sect. Murong Junpeng was shocked. He turned to look at Murong Tsongyun. Both of their eyes flashed with shock. "How do you know it's the Buddhist sect?" Murong Tsongyun asked. However, before her voice fell, a strange whistling sound came from the top of the barrier. The dark restriction above Xiaohua and the others broke inch by inch. Tens of millions of wind particles were blown out from the demonic god blood and crazily rushed in all directions. Damn it! Murong Tsongyun clenched his teeth. 14th uncle, I'm afraid the demonic god blood has changed again. Let's act according to the Chu family's plan. I hope that acting in advance won't affect the future plans. Since things have reached this point, we can only do this. Murong Junpeng replied. He glanced at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, there's no need to say anything else. Let's act according to the plan we discussed before. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. His figure followed Murong Junpeng and Murong Tsongyun to the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators had already appeared in the sky. They all activated their magic power and true qi. According to the Chu family's arrangement, they were scattered around the demonic god blood. At this moment, the god-fiend blood pool in front of everyone's eyes, which was originally a bloody mist, began to condense into bloodstains. Roaring like a tsunami, ear-piercing sounds and chaotic fluctuations constantly rushed out in all directions. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds were constantly rolling and were also stained with traces of blood. This was caused by the god-fiend blood pool's bloody mist soaring into the sky. Not good. Looking at these filthy clouds, Xiaohua was secretly alarmed. He hastily calculated, although the amount of blood mist rushing into the clouds isn't much, and it doesn't mean much to many cultivators, if it turns into rain. Not only will it be harmful to ordinary people, it will also be harmful to the crops on the ground. We can't let these clouds spread to other places. Clang! Loud sword hums could be heard from all over the godly devil blood pool. A huge sword screen rushed out of the ground in the distance and descended towards the sky above the pool. Xiaohua understood that this was one of the 9 sword diagrams of the Chu family. The Chu family divided the entire sword diagram into 9 pieces, which were controlled by the disciples of the Chu family. They were placed in 9 different locations in the blood god pool. Once the order was given, the 9 sword diagrams appeared at the same time and sealed off the blood mist that was rushing into the sky. Then, all the cultivators charged into the sword formation and suppressed the blood mist within the sword formation. However, according to the plan in the Jade Eyes, the sword diagram should be activated 2 days later, and the person in charge of it should be an expert of the 7th grade like Chu Zhongyu. Right now, because the life and death talisman had triggered the mutation in the blood god pool, the Chu family had no choice but to activate it in advance. Chu Zhongyu and the other experts of the 7th grade didn't appear, so the might of the sword diagram was obviously inferior. Sure enough, at this moment, Murong Junpeng's complexion slightly changed. He looked at Murong Tsongyun and said, Yun Chu Zhenjin sent me a sound transmission and wants me to go over. His sword diagram still lacks some 6th grade cultivators to control it. My Murong Manor requested the Chu family to activate it in advance, so I can't not go and control the sword diagram. Yes, 14th uncle, you can go. Since Zhongyu and the other seniors aren't here, 14th uncle will be the mainstay. Murong Tsongyun nodded and replied. Xiaohua. Murong Junpeng opened his mouth and said, In a while, when you enter the sword diagram, try your best to protect Yun Move quickly. I will wait for you inside the sword formation. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded and extended his hand to take out the seal of overturning sea. Murong Junpeng had only left for a short while when he saw the sword diagram flickering. The resplendent sword light was like a huge boat riding the wind and breaking the waves as it penetrated deep into the blood waves. As the blood waves gradually obscured it, Xiaohua and the others could also use their divine senses to inspect it. Xiaohua's current strength had already stepped into the lower stages of the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the void refinement realm of the Dao sect in the Dawn Rain continent. The range of his divine senses was around 1,000 to 3,000 miles. However, Xiaohua's divine senses were far beyond those of the same level. Currently, his divine senses could reach 6,000 miles. In particular, Xiao Hua's Buddhist senses were more powerful than his divine senses. Currently, his divine senses could reach 8,000 miles. However, when Xiao Hua saw the Buddhist light appear in the life and death talisman, he could faintly feel the existence of Buddhist disciples. Therefore, he didn't dare to release his Buddhist senses and only used his divine senses to inspect it. Even so, Xiao Hua's divine senses were still able to see a very small portion of the sword diagram above the blood god pool. 1,000 miles away from Xiao Hua, Murong Junpeng and a few disciples of the Chu clan, as well as 2 other cultivators of the 6th grade, were standing on a sword diagram. Murong Junpeng's cultivation couldn't be considered the highest, but because he was the representative of the Murong clan, he was surrounded by 8 other cultivators. Not only Murong Junpeng, but the other 8 cultivators also released their subbodies. Murong Junpeng's subbody flashed with 3 colored clouds, while the 5 disciples of the Chu clan had their subbodies completely formed by sword light. Countless inscriptions flowed out from Murong Junpeng's subbody, rolling up the clouds and rushing into the sword diagram below him. The inscriptions tumbled on the sword diagram, causing countless pillars of boundless qi and boundless crystal threads to appear. The entire sword diagram released a deafening rumbling sound. Looking at the 5 disciples of the Chu clan, their subbodies' feet were like the tip of a sword, inserted into the sword diagram. A huge amount of boundless qi poured into the subbodies from the void, and through the subbodies, they transformed into sword qi and entered the sword diagram. The momentum of the sword diagram below their feet was vast, even more intense than Murong Junpeng's. Moreover, under the subbodies of the Chu clan disciples, there were hundreds of sword lights flowing all over the sword diagram. These sword lights collided with each other, fused together, and even intertwined with the inscriptions under Murong Junpeng's and the other 2 cultivators' feet, forming crisscrossing sword scars. These sword scars were very deep, and the inscriptions inside were very dazzling. This sword diagram rapidly expanded under the control of the 9 6th grade essence energy cultivators, expanding towards the center of the divinity blood pool. The edges of the sword diagram were extremely sharp, and when it slashed through the blood mist in the air above the divinity blood pool, it emitted a strange sizzling sound. Strands of blood were instantly annihilated by the abundant sword qi. Under the control of Murong Junpeng and the others, the sword diagram pierced into the blood mist without any suspense. Even the blood mist that was separated by the sword diagram was turned into nothingness by the 9 cultivators' divine abilities. 4 6th grade cultivators, dealing with the blood mist that had lost its source was as easy as lifting a finger. The formation of the sword diagram seemed to be going very smoothly. Aside from Murong Junpeng's group of 9 cultivators, there were 8 other sword diagrams that flew towards the center of the demonic god blood pond. Each sword diagram rapidly expanded and gradually covered the entire sky above the demonic god blood pond. Of course, following the expansion of the sword diagrams, the area controlled by the 9 cultivators also rapidly expanded. Even the crisscrossing sword scars under their feet were now extremely long, and the number of grids between the sword scars also increased. Although they were all 6th grade cultivators, when the sword diagrams gradually closed in the center of the demonic god blood pond, these 81 6th grade cultivators wouldn't be able to completely control the entire 10,000 li radius demonic god blood pond. Another 9 bursts of sword qi flew out of the blood god's sword diagram and charged towards various parts of the blood god's pool. When Murong Tsongyun, who was beside Xiao Hua, saw this, he hastily took out a small sword from his chenkuan pouch and opened his mouth. True qi fell on the small sword, and the small sword began to expand and soared into the sky. Looking at the surrounding cultivators, who were also waiting in formation like Xiao Hua, they all took out similar small swords. Clang clang. At this moment, the sky above the demonic god blood pond was filled with the cries of 10,000 swords. Countless sword rays flew out from the sword diagrams, extremely magnificent and extremely vast. When these sword rays scattered in all directions, they covered the small swords that flew out. Whoosh! In an instant, the small swords formed a net of sword rays that swept down from top to bottom, covering Xiao Hua, Murong Tsongyun, and the cultivators waiting at the edge. Wang wang wang. At the same time the entire sword diagram rapidly shook. Xiao Hua and the others moved along the sword rays and entered the sword diagram. Under the effect of the sword diagram, the distance of 1,000 kilometers was covered in an instant.
When the sword rays around Xueqi and the others disappeared, they were standing in a small grid separated by several sword scars. This. Xueqi scanned the area with his divine sense and saw that he and Murong Tsongyun were standing in a grid. There were also cultivators standing in 2 or 3 adjacent grids. Xueqi couldn't help but frown as he thought to himself, "This looks like a chessboard for playing chess. Then aren't we all the chess pieces on the board? Then wouldn't the so-called demonic god chess piece also fall on this sword diagram? Such a huge demonic god blood pond actually needs to be covered by this sword diagram. Just the Chu family is truly beyond their power. Could it be that the Murong family also has a part in this?" Just as Xueqi was thinking, a voice that sounded like the cry of a sword resounded from within the sword guard. "Fellow immortals, please activate the sword diagram below according to the chants recorded in the Jade Eyes. Wait until we completely cover the Fiend God blood pool before we decide on the next step." Murong Tsongyun glanced at Xueqi and said, "Xueqi, if you're ready, let's begin." "Okay." Xueqi nodded. His entire body flashed with sword radiance. Waves of righteous chi flew out from the void and landed on the sword radiance. The huge sword instantly became several dozen meters long. Although it was a lot smaller than the swords of the Chu family disciples, it was enough to catch Murong Tsongyun's attention. Chapter 3887. This Xueqi is truly amazing. He actually managed to cultivate the sword chi of a Confucian cultivator to such a level. If given enough time, he will definitely be able to shake the world. Only, it's truly a pity. As Murong Tsongyun thought this, he clapped his hands and tricolored true chi rushed out of his head. An inscription flashing on his body also flew out. As the saying goes, many hands pick up firewood, the flames grow. Previously, the 81 6th grade essence energy cultivators controlling the sword diagram was indeed powerful, but the sword diagram was already somewhat shaky in the blood god pool. When Xueqi and the others fell into the sword diagram, although their cultivations were far inferior to Murong Juanping's, there were too many people. The sword diagram, which was originally a bit bumpy, instantly stabilized and rushed towards the center of the blood god pool even faster. Seeing that the sword diagram was about to close, the blood mist above the blood god pool was squeezed into a struggling blood dragon. A huge force suddenly entered the sword diagram from where the 9 sword diagrams closed. With a kachup sound, the edges of the 9 sword diagrams immediately cracked. Over 100 weaker cultivators were unexpectedly thrown into the air by this impact. However, this detail was not unexpected. Everyone had already discussed this when they received the Jade Eyes. The 81 cultivators roared in unison, and 81 pillars of chi appeared with a loud bang. Xueqi and the others also activated their true chi at the same time. With a hong sound, the blood dragon's neck was suddenly grabbed by the sword diagram and cut in half. The blood mist in the air disappeared with the wind. The blood mist under the sword diagram unyieldingly attacked the sword diagram along with the other blood waves. Unfortunately, the sword diagram was now tightly closed. The sharp sword light flickered and pierced out. The blood mist rushed into the sword light and immediately turned into nothingness. Good. Everyone couldn't help but shout when they saw this. They knew that the first step had been completed without any danger. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Although Xueqi was happy, he hid inside the sword light and looked at the sword light flickering above the sword diagram. He thought to himself, right now, we've only sealed the blood mist of the blood god pool. Next, we'll have to suppress this blood mist. He had no idea what the blood mist was, but it looked similar to the aura of the netherworld. If he could collect it, it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, it was better to release it than to block it. For the Chu clan to forcefully suppress it might be a little dangerous. Of course, if it wasn't for the danger, this so-called celestial devil chess would have been found by others long ago. How could it be the Chu clan's turn? The blood mist of the demonic god blood pool was forcibly suppressed by the Chu family's sword diagram. The power that soared to the sky was brewing under the sword diagram. After a short while, Xueqi felt the sword diagram under his feet start to tremble, and the intersecting sword scars on the sword diagram also started to shine with different colors. Sword diagram, blood pool, I will slay gods and demons with my sword.
A loud and clear voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from the other side of the sword diagram. Then, the sword light of the sword mark shone brightly, and a powerful suction force was generated from the sword guard. Xiao Hua glanced at Murong Tsongyun and didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, there were several tens of thousands of cultivators fighting against the entire demonic god blood pool. Xiao Hua's individual strength was very weak. Murong Tsongyun was as serious as Xiao Hua. His true qi entered the sword diagram along with his body. The sword scars around Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun emitted a dazzling sword light, and a several zhang thick sword pillar came out from the bottom of the sword diagram. It quickly pierced into the blood mist. The sword pillar's brilliance seemed to be solid, and everywhere it went, the blood mist turned into ashes. Moreover, there were still some thin threads of light and clouds between the sword pillars, and they were connected to each other. Although the sword light of each sword pillar was different in strength, under the balance of these sword threads, all of the sword pillars fell down at the same time. Following the fall of the sword pillars, a large amount of blood mist was destroyed by the sword pillars. Xiao Hua looked at the sword pillars, looked at the situation of the entire sword diagram, and secretly muttered in his heart, "The Chu clan is really a fourth-rate aristocratic family, really extravagant. This sword diagram must have been passed down by the ancestors of the Chu clan. It's impossible to refine such a large origin formation without a literature sage or literature star realm, right? But the problem is that this sword diagram is suitable to be used to destroy the great formation protecting the mountain, but to use it on this demonic god blood pool. I feel that something is wrong. Let's not talk about a group of 6th-level origin energy cultivators working together to disperse the blood mist. Just by starting from a corner of the demonic god blood pool, I'm afraid that they can tear a hole in the blood pool. It's better than covering the entire blood pool, right? I really don't know what the Chu clan is planning to do." Boom. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, the entire demonic god blood pool shook. All of the sword pillars pierced into the blood pool at almost the same time, and the huge impact lifted the sword diagram up again. And at the same time the sword diagram flashed, the nearby Murong Tsongyun's face flashed with a trace of redness, and he almost groaned in a low voice. Xiao Hua hastily focused his attention, and immediately sensed the strangeness of the sword diagram. As the sword diagram trembled, a strange aura rushed into the sword pillars. This aura was not some restriction, nor was it any magic power, nor was it the aura of the underworld. However, Xiao Hua was somewhat familiar with this aura. It was similar to the ghost technique used by the underworld's magistrate that day, and was specially used to attack the mysterious dark clouds. Although this aura was extremely weak, it was still very hard for Murong Tsongyun, who had never cultivated any soul techniques, to resist. As for Xiao Hua, because his soul cultivation had already entered the sorcerer realm, he did not have any special soul techniques to defend himself, and this strange aura could not cause any harm to him. That's not right. Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished. Righteous Qi had always been the nemesis of the demon realm and the underworld. Especially that Confucian cultivator's innate life energy. It was an existence that could wipe out death energy. How could Murong Tsongyun, who was at 5th-level origin energy, be afraid of this weak aura? Xiao Hua's eyes slightly turned, and his entire body began to tremble. He asked in a low voice, "Lady Murong, why is this aura so strange? This Xiao feels that it is similar to the water of the Yellow Springs, but this Xiao has the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators. Why would I be afraid of this aura?" Murong Tsongyun's lips were somewhat green, and the true energy in his body was rapidly revolving. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao might not know, but the blood fog and bloodstains in this demonic god blood swamp are not completely netherworld qi. At the same time, there is also some demonic qi, and some other things that we Confucian cultivators do not know. Of course, we do not need to be afraid of pure netherworld qi and demonic qi, but with that strange thing mixed in, even a literary sage with 8th-level origin energy would not dare to act blindly without thinking." "So that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded his head. No wonder no one in the hidden immortal continent dared to look for the demonic god chess in this demonic god blood swamp. Xiao Hua's words naturally had a double meaning, but Murong Tsongyun did not point it out. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua's sword and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xiao, your flying sword technique seems to be somewhat similar to legalism, but it is also somewhat different.
This concubine really did not expect that a Taoist cultivator who could not even compare to Duan Muqing back then would actually advance to this level.
Hee hee. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and said, "Lady, are you not the same?"
Back then, this Xiao did not expect that you would actually be a master of 5th level origin energy.
Hee hee. This concubine was transforming back then. Not to mention 4th level origin energy. I was not even at 3rd level origin energy. Of course you would not be able to see it. Murong Tsongyun smiled and asked, "Do you think that this concubine is inferior to that princess Bai Hua?" Xiao Hua was speechless. He looked at the smiling Murong Tsongyun and shook his head. This Xiao has never drunk any daughter's tea. Daughter's tea?
Ha ha.
Murong Tsongyun laughed loudly, as if he understood the meaning behind Xiao Hua's words. However, at this moment, a huge wave of aura blew over like ice. The entire sword pillar's sword aura actually gave birth to a light purple color. Murong Tsongyun's body suddenly trembled, as if his body was about to collapse. Whoa. Murong Tsongyun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out a fist-sized flower from his bosom.
He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true energy entered the flower.
The flower grew with the wind, and in a moment, it turned into a several dozen feet long lily, covering him and Xiao Hua. Thin stamens flew out of the lily like soul threads, wrapping around Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun. That ice-like aura was immediately cut off by a large portion.
Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. Inserting the sword pillar into the pool of blood was something that was discussed with the jade eyes.
However, this cold aura is truly powerful. I wonder how the Chu family will deal with it?
Unless they have an extremely strong yang weapon.
Murong Tsongyun also frowned. Otherwise, I also don't know how to deal with it.
Kang Kang.
While Murong Tsongyun was speaking, the sound of an army came from above the sword diagram. Shortly after, a colorful cloud rolled over from the horizon. On the cloud, there were dozens of women wearing colorful clothes. They were either holding a pipa or a harp. The sound of an army came from their instruments.
Looking behind these women, there were 8 well-rounded beautiful women riding on a wave of flowers flying over.
Each of the women had a fresh flower on their head, and each of the women wore a colorful feather dress. Each of the women had a sweet smile on their face, and their eyes were filled with holiness. What are they doing? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he immediately sensed that these women were only between the 3rd and 4th grade of essence energy. Compared to the majority of the cultivators on the sword diagram, they were inferior. He didn't understand what kind of help these women had. Murong Tsongyun also seemed to be a bit confused. While he urged the white flower to block the cold aura, his beautiful eyes flashed with doubt as he looked at the sky.
The 8 women stepped on the rain of flowers and landed on the sword diagram in the midst of the music.
When the music came to an abrupt end, the 8 women slapped their own heads with the back of their hands. Immediately after that, dual-colored true qi gushed out, and 8 shiny objects of different colors flew out from their heads.
Ah?
Xiao Hua's divine sense scanned the things that flew out, and he was stunned. He could not help but stare, and even his pupils could not help but slightly dilate, because these 8 shiny things were none other than 8 naked female sculptures. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.